A century ago, the heavens and earth trembled, and the dungeons appeared. The monsters that poured out from those dungeons could not be subdued by ordinary weapons, and the only ones capable of facing them were the awakened beings with extraordinary powers who appeared at the same time as the dungeons. A select few of these chosen ones were called Awakeners. Thanks to their abilities, the chaotic world regained stability. When monsters, mana, and a new civilization began to take root, some Awakeners became hunters with the mission of exterminating monsters. But decades later, there were too many hunters. When the awakening mechanism was discovered and artificial awakening became possible, anyone with enough money could become an Awakener. John Doe, who once had no sense of existence or confidence, had now become an Awakener with a strong presence. Naturally, the number of people aspiring to be hunters increased, the number of S-rank hunters decreased, and the luxurious life of a pro-hunter filled with money and beauty became the dream. And thus, the glorious era of hunters began, with hunters everywhere from homes to alleyways. There were so many that whenever a dungeon appeared, hunters had to line up, wait for their turn, and fight for spots, the crowd bustling and pushing. Hey, stop pushing me. Move aside a bit, let's go. Wait, someone's been crushed underneath. After much struggle, the government finally created a professional hunter examination and limited hunting rights only to those who passed the test. Naturally, academies that helped people prepare for the hunter exam began to appear. They trained the body and provided hunting information systems for those in need. Eventually, private academies that taught people everything about becoming hunters were established, called hunter academies. Scene change, a massive black dragon stood there, its purple eyes gazing downward as it asked in a deep and puzzled voice, How can a human like you exist? Beneath it, a small human stood holding a spear, surrounded by a current of lightning. He looked up and smiled calmly, replying, Maybe because you're like a frog living at the bottom of a well. Hearing that, the black dragon swung its massive tail to attack. With a thunderous explosion, the ground shattered. Rocks flew and dust filled the air. It roared, I refuse to accept this. At the same time, the hunter swiftly leaped to dodge. To become a hunter, everyone now had to enroll in hunter academies. While the black dragon slashed its claws, the hunter's figure darted past swiftly. Then he appeared behind it, raising his spear high, preparing to strike. In an instant, the massive body of the black dragon crashed to the ground, crushed beneath stone pillars. Suddenly, among the rubble, a spark of light appeared, gathering immense energy. The black dragon lifted its head from the debris and unleashed a beam of black fire forward. Its target was the small hunter before it. The attack approached, but he remained calm with his spear resting on his shoulder. The academy he attended existed in a dimension completely different from all others. There, he was taught by Professor Atlas, master of celestial wrestling, who said if you can grab it, you can bring it down. Then there was Professor Huachuo, skilled in medicine and acupuncture, always saying, I haven't given you permission to die yet. Next was Professor Merlin, who taught magic. Once you master mana, you can see the world. Professor Thialfi taught unmatched footwork, faster than anyone, unlike anyone, running at the speed of light. Professor Gautama taught the discipline of mind and Buddhism. In the moment your spirit collapses, your body becomes nothing but dust. Lastly, the great sage, who could shoot down stars from Devaloka, and the guidebooks 1 to 3 of one born from a meteor. These were the teachers and lessons the hunter received at that academy. After a powerful counterattack, fragments fell beside the electric current. The massive black dragon had been defeated in the dungeon hall. The hunter calmly walked forward, one hand in his pocket, spear resting on his shoulder. He took out his phone, smiled brightly, and wondered, so now, which class should I choose? On the phone screen appeared a system message asking, would you like to register for a lecture? With 2 options, yes or no. Without a second thought, the hunter directly pressed yes. The system displayed, wearing a worker's uniform and a safety helmet, Kim Seo-jun, 27 years old, awoke. He was a natural awakener, born with power far greater than ordinary people. but to pay off the debts left by his parents, who had died in a mysterious accident. Since then, Seo Jun had been working in monster transport for 9 years. The only thing that could keep a person enduring such harsh labor and crushing debt was the dream of becoming a professional hunter. During a break, an older coworker handed him a bottle of water and asked, "Hey Seo Jun, how's that saving plan to become a hunter going?" He walked up and replied, "I'm looking for a hunter academy that's cheap but good." The bald uncle exclaimed in surprise, "A hunter academy?" He looked confused. "Isn't being a hunter something you can do as long as you're awakened?" Uncle Man Cheol explained, "It's been over 50 years since the professional hunter exam was created. Now you have to study in a hunter academy to even pass." Seo Jun took a sip of water and quietly agreed. He's right. Most professors in the academies are active hunters, because real hunters teach techniques and secrets that normally require risking your life to learn. Some hunter academy had even broken the record for the number of passing candidates. Thanks to that, an enormous gap had formed between the educated and the uneducated. An era where you must study in a hunter academy to become a hunter had begun. He smiled with satisfaction as he looked at his phone, thinking to himself, "Besides, I finally managed to save enough money to study for 1 year at a hunter academy." On the screen was Seo Jun's bank account, showing a balance of $40,000. He sat there with a bright smile, feeling pleased. "I'd love to go to a better academy, but it's too expensive, and this one isn't that bad." Just then, after a phone notification sound, a message popped up, sent from the Supreme Academy. Seo Jun frowned in confusion. "What's this?" An ad, Supreme Academy. This is the first time I've heard of them. After clicking on the introduction video, the image of the Buddha appeared, along with a narration. The model of transcendence is changing. The transcendence craze is sweeping across the universe. A combination of experience and knowledge from professors tens of thousands of years old, offering customized training programs tailored to each student. At the Supreme Academy student interview, a student who passed the Level 9 Swordsman exam, I enrolled without any expectations, but in the end, it was the best decision I ever made. Supreme Academy student interview, a student who passed the Level 5 Ascended Saint exam. Thank you Supreme Academy. Supreme Academy. Continuous lines of text appeared on Seo Jun's phone screen. The legend of successful candidates continues at the Supreme Academy. If you want to transcend, enroll now. My life has flourished thanks to the Supreme Academy. My life changed after joining the Supreme Academy. You too can transcend. Then the phone screen suddenly went black with a click, leaving him frozen in place. Seo Jun's mouth dropped open in disbelief, muttering to himself, "What the hell kind of ad is that?" His fingers scrolled as he mumbled, "The Academy's website doesn't look any different from other hunter academies. Hercules, Merlin. What kind of weird professor names are these?" 2 videos were recommended. One from Professor Hercules titled, "Anyone can lift 500 tons with this physical training method," and another from Professor Great Sage Equal to Heaven titled, "The Basics of Staffs and Spears." Seo Jun made his decision, Great Sage Equal to Heaven. I'll check this one out. As soon as he clicked, the image of the Great Sage appeared with a golden circlet on his head. He had to cover his mouth to stop himself from laughing out loud. As the Great Sage began to speak, "Greetings, I am the Great Sage Equal to Heaven. But my real name is Sun Wukong. My main weapon is the Ruyi Jingu Bang. The staff and the spear are not so different." After watching for a while, Seo Jun thought the lecture was quite ordinary in concept. The Great Sage continued, "It's hard to understand with just words. Let me show you." Then a vivid demonstration began. First, hold the staff outward. Then extend your arm. The Great Sage stance turned overwhelmingly powerful as he moved into the second technique, rotating the staff inward, grip, and finally thrust toward a single point on the opponent. As he finished, a thrust from the staff's tip unleashed terrifying power. Blue light enveloped the phone screen. Watching this, Seo Jun was shocked, blurting out, "What?" The mountain disappeared. He jumped up, his voice filled with disbelief. "This is edited. It doesn't even look real. Not even an S-rank hunter could do that." Immediately after, a message appeared on the screen. A question was displayed. Do you want to enroll in this lecture? If you take this lecture, you will receive the Great Sage's training process data. This information stunned Seo Jun for a moment. After thinking briefly, he reached out and pressed the enroll button. An error message popped up. You are not a member. The system continued. If you would like to register an account, an invoice for membership registration will be sent to you. Your registration fee is being processed by considering your karmic relationship. Reading these strange words, Seo Jun muttered to himself. It costs money just to make an account. And what's this about calculating karma? The system displayed that the membership registration fee was $40,000. After registration, the lecture fees may vary depending on your circumstances. He squinted at the screen to read the text. Let's see, 40. Seo Jun frowned, held the phone farther away, his face slightly tense. 40,000. Under the clear blue sky, a shout burst out, "Damn scammers." Hearing his voice, Uncle Man Chiol looked over and asked, "Are you about to enroll in an academy?" He packed up the supplies onto Seo Jun's back and continued, "No wonder you look happy. Which academy are you enrolling in?" He smiled and replied, "Ark Hunter Academy. I heard they have good instructors there." As the monster's corpse was lifted up, Uncle Man Chiol's voice rang out again. "Don't forget about me when you become famous." And Seo Jun responded, "Of course. Do you want me to handle the monsters I catch for you?" He replied, "Sounds good. I finally get a chance to deal with a dragon, huh?" Seo Jun grinned from ear to ear, waving as he added, "Not just a dragon. I'll even let you play soccer with a zombie's head." But life is not like a dream. Someone once said this. Life is a comedy when seen from afar, but a tragedy when seen up close. The lifting machine suddenly snapped its chain. The monster above fell along with it, and by sheer coincidence, it happened right when Seo Jun was walking by. From a distance, a voice called his name, Seo Jun. He lost consciousness for a while until he finally woke up. Now he sat there with wounds on his face, realizing that in order to smile, one must first endure pain. Seo Jun recalled the doctor's report. "The nerves in your legs are gradually necrotizing. It seems the broken bone fragments wrapped around the nerves as they healed, since you recover faster than normal people because you are an awakener." Meanwhile, the manager of that cleanup crew completely denied all responsibility, saying, "What workplace accident compensation? Not a chance. What do you think will happen to my reputation and my nephew's if people hear that an accident occurred at our company?" Along with the operating room lights came the bill for surgery, and coincidentally, the amount was 40,000 again. The doctor carefully reminded, "You need surgery as soon as possible. The longer you wait, the more the nerves will fuse into the bone, and the damage will become irreversible." An envelope was handed to Seo Jun with the instruction, "Take it." He sat on the hospital bed with one leg freshly operated on, clutching the envelope of money, his face blank and heavy with emotion. That is why you must be able to look far into the future. And so Seo Jun had been enduring while looking toward the future for 9 years. He murmured in pain, "All the money I saved was used for the surgery, and now I only have the 3,000 Uncle Man Chiol gave me left." Seo Jun looked at his phone and asked himself, "Can I start over again?" He was startled to see notifications flashing one after another on the phone screen. The Past of Transcendence is always a humble, special discount event for new students. If you enroll now, you can study for free. Seo Jun realized, "Isn't this the website of the Supreme Academy?" He held up his phone and muttered, "I couldn't find it again after that day." The system displayed, "Your registration fee is being calculated by considering your karmic relationship." Finally, the system showed a number, membership registration fee 3,000. After registration, lecture fees may vary depending on your circumstances. Seo Jun muttered in confusion, 3,000. Wasn't it 40,000 last time? He subconsciously realized, thinking back, at that time I only had exactly 40,000. Is it trying to take every last bit of money I have? Almost out of options, Seo Jun smiled. Why not try? After he pressed register, a notification immediately appeared. Membership registration completed. and the 3001 began flying out of the envelope. The system announced, "Congratulations, you have become a member of the Supreme Academy." Suddenly, a tiny figure appeared right in front of Seo Jun. He turned to look and exclaimed in shock, "What is this?" The boy looked up and introduced himself. "Nice to meet you. You are Kim Seo Jun, right?" While Seo Jun's mouth hung open in disbelief, "Someone came out of my phone." The boy's voice continued, "I am the advisor in charge of teaching you the basics," making Seo Jun doubt himself. "Did my head get injured too?" The boy smiled brightly, his innocent look and wide purple eyes shining as he introduced his name, Mentor. A moment later, after regaining his composure, Seo Jun focused on the small figure standing on his phone screen. Then he asked, "So you're saying your advisor's name is Mentor?" The boy hurriedly explained, "I mean me, Mentor. I am your advisor." The boy put his hands on his hips and spoke with a cheerful smile. "Your advisor is me, Mentor. My name is Mentor." Seo Jun asked suspiciously, "Could it be that you are the Mentor I know, the teacher of Odysseus?" The Mentor proudly replied, "So you know me. Odysseus was the first student I was in charge of. He became transcendent long ago, but he still contacts me from time to time." These words made Seo Jun even more confused. The Mentor cleared his throat and continued, "By the way." The boy looked serious as Seo Jun stared in astonishment. "Our Supreme Academy is an academy where the teachers are those who always wish to surpass the limits of their own race." Seo Jun exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, it's an academy for transcenders, not hunters." The Mentor replied, "How can you compare transcenders with hunters? They are on a completely different level." Seo Jun still seemed not to fully understand the situation, hesitantly said, "But an S-rank hunter is..." At that moment Mentor was tapping to search for information on the phone. Then the boy held the screen up in front of him and continued, "Our teachers can defeat hunters with just a finger, and have you filled this out yet?" The content read, Transcendent Aptitude Test. A survey to create a personalized course for new students. Question 1. Choose the field in which you want to become transcendent. 1. Combat, 2. Production, 3. Medicine, 4. Intelligence, 5. Art, 6. Other fields. Seo Jun asked in confusion, "What is this?" Mentor explained, "This is for us to know what kind of transcender you want to become, as well as to confirm your current abilities and tendencies. As it said, it's a survey." Before Seo Jun made his choice, the boy reminded, "To give you the best possible guidance, please answer truthfully." Seo Jun then selected number 1, Combat, wondering in his heart, what will happen now? Then Seo Jun raised his hand toward the screen but hesitated and froze. The Mentor looked over and saw that he seemed a bit confused, so the boy immediately asked, "Is there a problem?" Seo Jun scratched his head awkwardly. "I don't know what to choose for question 2. The Transcendent Aptitude Test. Question 2. Choose your current skill level. Option 1. Close to transcendence, but still lacking about 2%. Option 2. You are the strongest at present, but not the strongest in history. Option 3. You can plow a vast plain into farmland with a single full-strength punch. Option 4. You can easily split a large mountain in half with one strike. Option 5. Perhaps not a large mountain, but you can lift a mountain. The Mentor smiled and said, "Many people hesitate here. Just choose the one that best describes what you can do." The boy jumped onto his chest and asked, "You can plow a vast plain into farmland with a single full-strength punch, right?" Seo Jun's answer was of course no. Then Mentor asked another question, "What about splitting a large mountain in half with one strike?" He answered, "Also no, but I can climb it." The boy began to feel puzzled with a series of question marks in his head, turned to look at him and asked, "So that means you can't lift a mountain either?" Seo Jun replied, "Wouldn't it be strange if I could do that?" Looking at the frail young man before him, Mentor could only sigh inwardly. How could he have enrolled in our academy? He's too ordinary. But the boy quickly changed his expression, winked, and said cheerfully, "It's fine, don't worry too much. The Supreme Academy never expels members. Once a member, always a member." Raising a fist in encouragement, the boy urged Seo Jun, "Now let's continue answering." After some time, Mentor clapped his hands in admiration. Well done. Seo Jun sat there sighing. Finally finished. Why are there 108 questions? Looking at the phone screen, the boy's eyes sparkled with an idea. Since you're studying for free, let me recommend some lectures for you. But after we analyze your profile, we'll talk about the rest later. Seo Jun, feeling tired, simply replied, okay. First, the mentor talked about weapons, so your preferred fighting style is spear techniques. The boy rubbed his chin thoughtfully. For spear techniques, instead of cultivating mana, Eastern Kai cultivation might suit you better. The mentor frowned and continued. The teacher Great Sage equal to heaven is excellent in the fundamentals. But since you can't even lift a mountain, that's too advanced. I think one of these lessons is best for you to take for free. The screen displayed the information. First lesson. Once the spirit collapses, physical strength becomes useless. By teacher Siddhartha Gautama. Second lesson. The mandatory introductory course for combat transcenders. By teacher Chiron. The mentor's voice continued. You're not only injured but also struggling mentally, aren't you? The boy suggested, why don't you start by taking the lecture from teacher Siddhartha Gautama? Seo Jun froze and exclaimed, wait, are you talking about the Buddha? The mentor replied, that's right, he says he isn't, but all the students call him Buddha anyway. The boy explained further, teacher Siddhartha Gautama is one of the most renowned instructors for spiritual lectures, a mandatory subject in the Transcendent examination. It's a lecture that would normally cost a fortune to attend, but he insists on saving the souls of the unfortunate. Hearing that, Seo Jun could only think to himself, what the hell? The system asked, would you like to enroll in this lecture? Upon completion you will acquire an unwavering heart. Seo Jun muttered, unwavering heart, and mentor replied, that's why teacher Siddhartha Gautama's lecture is considered essential. With unwavering heart alone, you can study nearly any field. The boy gave a thumbs up and said confidently, so even if you feel like you're going insane, you must watch the entire lecture. Seo Jun exclaimed, what, going insane? Mentor winked encouragingly, you'll understand once you take it. Right after that, the boy disappeared, leaving behind a message. I'll contact you again after I finish analyzing your profile. Leaving Seo Jun sitting there in confusion. Sitting in the hospital room, Seo Jun scratched his head and accepted. The screen displayed the words, please press the button to start. As soon as he pressed it, the image of the Buddha appeared, and the lecture began with a grand philosophical question. Where do you think this world exists? Seo Jun looked at it, puzzled. Is he really the Buddha? He looks like a golden statue that's alive and breathing. The Buddha's voice continued from the video, since I do not exist, therefore, I do not exist. Seo Jun muttered, but more importantly, this lecture was too hard. The Buddha continued his teaching. If there is nothing to compare to, then how can a being that cannot be defined even exist? Seo Jun felt as though he were floating among the stars. Recalling mentor's words, is this what he meant? The boy did wish him good luck. As he was gradually drawn in, the Buddha continued, therefore, this world and this universe were created simultaneously with your birth, and they will perish simultaneously with your death. Seo Jun felt as if he were lying within the vast body of the Buddha. As the voice declared, you do not exist, you are simply the world itself. Seo Jun muttered to himself, I feel like I'm about to lose my mind. The system displayed the lecture progress, 0.06%. In the hospital room, Seo Jun sat frozen, his soul seemingly detached from his body. Scene change, 1 week later at the hospital, the attending doctor marveled, the recovery speed is truly remarkable. He looked at Seo Jun's now muscular body with great surprise. I know you're an awakened one, but this is the first time I've seen something like this in 30 years as a doctor. He smiled in satisfaction, thinking to himself, so it wasn't my imagination. During that 1 week, thanks to Siddhartha Gautama's lecture, Seo Jun's mind had become calm, allowing him to recover faster, though he felt like he was on the verge of losing his sanity every time he listened to it. Seo Jun had only completed 1.3% of the lecture progress, yet the effect was already that strong. The doctor looked over the medical report and said, We can't be certain yet. How about you stay another week in the hospital? Seo Jun wondered, I wonder what will happen once I reach 100%. He smiled and replied, no, this is fine for me, feeling deeply satisfied inside. The Supreme Academy, it's the real deal. Seo Jun took out his phone and looked at the system. Now that I can move my body, why don't I try Chiron's lecture, the mandatory introductory course for combat transcendence. Teacher Chiron, would you like to enroll in this lecture? Upon completion, you will acquire body rebirth. Lying there staring at the screen, he thought, body rebirth, Ranka, it's lower than unwavering heart. But Ranka doesn't mean it's a weak skill. Seo Jun recalled Mentor's words, with an unwavering heart at rank SSS, nearly every transcendent field becomes easy as pie. He muttered to himself, only an unwavering heart could be that insane. As soon as Seo Jun made his selection, an image appeared and introduced himself. Pleasure to meet you, my name is Chiron. He was a centaur, half man and half horse. Alongside him appeared images of Greek heroes including Hercules, then Theseus, a Roman warrior skilled in archery, Achilles with his extraordinary strength and his weakness at the heel, Jason, and many other heroes. He was the teacher of nearly all the heroes in Greek mythology. Chiron, the teacher of heroes, appeared and said, the goal of this lecture is to prepare students to reach the first realm of transcendence. He warned, please note that advanced combat techniques will not be covered in this course. Seo Jun lay there smiling in satisfaction, truly the real Chiron, though by now he was no longer even surprised. Chiron spoke in a deep, commanding tone, now the first step to becoming a transcendent. Seo Jun focused on the screen, a huge question mark popped up in his mind. Chiron clenched his jaw in visible irritation. Then, with a terrifying expression, the scream of Chiron from the phone felt as if it could blow up the entire hospital, but thankfully it was limited to just the sound coming from the video. After letting out a startled cry, Seo Jun's face went blank, speechless. He fell to the ground, his legs resting on the hospital bed, while the phone lying next to him suddenly made a notification sound. The system interface appeared, showing that a daily personal mission had been assigned. After calculating the student's overall current rank, a suitable task would be given. The daily mission content included running 30 kilometers, doing 1,000 squats, 300 push-ups, 300 sit-ups, and 150 pull-ups. Seo Jun looked at the phone and wondered, missions huh? He scratched his head in confusion. The difficulty level of these tasks seemed tougher than what he usually did. I mean, it's not like I'm One Punch Man or anything. Seo Jun thought worriedly, not to mention that the doctor clearly said something like don't overwork yourself this week or something along those lines. After thinking for a moment, he decided, for now, I'll just listen to the lectures. Once I'm fully recovered, I'll start doing the real training. Forget it, next lesson, let's go. But the system reminded him, there are unfinished missions, please complete your mission. Seo Jun stubbornly kept tapping the screen. But all he got was the same notification. There are unfinished missions. Please complete your mission. Sitting on the bed helplessly with the pile of notifications, he muttered in frustration, how the hell does it even know I haven't done them yet? He lowered his head, collapsing like a statue. Finally, Seo Jun consoled himself, I give up. It's just 1 week. No need to torture myself. He decided, I should listen to Professor Gautama's lecture first. Right above the lecture was a reminder line, time remaining until your free completion deadline is 83 days. The scene shifted. Seo Jun was running while crying internally. There's even an expiration date, huh? Passers-by looked at his pained expression in confusion. Seo Jun reluctantly accepted reality. Well, the Supreme Academy is still a school after all. Setting limits for students does make sense. While carrying out the mission, he mumbled to himself calculating, 83 days left. It must have started at 90 days, so about 3 months huh? Seo Jun thought, I really have no idea how this academy operates. Maybe I need to completely absorb all the lecture knowledge and reach a certain level of understanding for the progress bar to increase. He looked at the percentage on the screen and muttered, I've studied already. but the progress bar still looks the same, not moving at all. Seo Jun thought to himself. After he sighed in frustration. I really don't have the confidence to finish this course in 83 days. Seo Jun rolled his shoulders, mumbling to himself, completion freedom means just a trial test, right? It's been so long since I last exercised, or more accurately, I've never really had a reason to exercise before. He decided, let's start with push-ups. Though all Seo Jun had done for the past 9 years was carry monsters that professional hunters had already defeated, which could also count as physical training. While counting his push-ups, he recalled, since those monster corpses I carried usually weighed around 70 kilograms, I never felt the need to do any more exercise. Sweat dripped down from his face, forming small puddles on the floor, and he felt confident inside. Even though I still can't use mana, I'm an awakened being after all, I trust this strong body of mine. Before long, the count reached 300, and Seo Jun stood up, dusting off his hands. He took out his phone, speaking proudly. I used to carry them for 8 years back then. This is nothing. Now to keep the momentum going, the next exercise will be. But when he looked at the mission details, the push-up count only showed 81 out of 300. Seo Jun frowned in confusion, wondering, why does it only count 81 instead of 300? So he went back into the push-up position. Yet strangely, the number didn't change at all. But when Seo Jun adjusted his form, the count suddenly went up to 82. After repeating it several times, he stared at the mission details with growing confusion. Push-up mission 300 reps. While performing it, Seo Jun muttered, not in correct form. Next, the pull-up mission 150 reps, followed by 300 sit-ups and 1,000 squats. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. Seo Jun ran 30 kilometers while complaining, it's not counting anything. How can this even happen? After a long time, at last, all the daily missions were completed and appeared on the status board. Seo Jun collapsed to the ground and screamed, I'm going insane, I can't do this anymore, I quit. Passers-by stared at the scene with judgmental looks and said, that young man, oh my God, look at that guy rolling on the ground, don't look at him anymore. The scene shifted to that night. Seo Jun yelled into his phone, I have to do this every single day, then when am I supposed to listen to the lectures? But Chiron didn't seem to care, that's your problem. A few days later at the hospital, an elderly woman looked over in surprise and exclaimed, oh my, young man, your body looks so much better, are you exercising again? Seo Jun stood there in sportswear and replied, yes ma'am, how are you all doing? The old lady kept praising him endlessly. Goodness, you're so diligent, truly hardworking. Youth really is wonderful, though the old man reading the newspaper didn't seem too pleased. At that moment, a news alert came from the television. The latest update, around 5 am this morning. A 4-star monster behemoth suddenly appeared in downtown Seoul. Seo Jun focused on the screen, listening attentively. The association said that the behemoth was in a deep sleep at that time. It was determined that the Monster Corps Transport Service had no idea. On the screen, the monster had been handled by the hunters. This was an incident that could have caused mass casualties. However, coincidentally, an awakened individual nearby arrived in time and prevented any deaths from happening. Everyone was drawn to this information. That awakened individual was a cadet at Gaon Academy. Thanks to the influence of rank 5 hunter Young Hunyoung, Gaon Academy had taught. The old lady interrupted. Those hunters saved people's lives again, didn't they? She praised the hunters endlessly. They really were great people. Then she turned her attention to Seo Jun. Now that I think about it, young man, didn't you say you were also an awakened one? He replied, yes, that's right. The old lady took Seo Jun's hand and continued, so young man, are you a hunter? Can you be shown on TV like that too? This made him a bit hesitant and awkward about that. The old man reading the newspaper interrupted, old woman, do you think everyone can get on TV or what? He frowned and glared straight at Seo Jun with a displeased attitude, speaking sarcastically. These days becoming a professional hunter is very difficult. The odds are 1 in a million. The old lady widened her eyes in surprise. Really? It seems times have changed a lot. When I was young, it wasn't like that. He kept looking at Seo Jun with a condescending expression. Besides, young man. The old man spoke sarcastically again. It seems you are not even a cadet yet. If you are training because you hope to become a hunter, then you should just give up. Don't waste your youth on something that will never happen. Those words reminded Seo Jun of the hard days when he worked in the Monster Corps transport team. His eyes now showed clear displeasure. The old lady complained, "How could you say something like that?" He defended himself. "This is advice that can help him in life." Advice. Meanwhile, Seo Jun's hands clenched tightly in anger. He replied, "I will decide for myself what to do with my life." This made the old man visibly furious, raising his voice. "What, you brat? I am being sincere here." Seo Jun retorted sharply, "Please worry about your own life first." That one line left the old man speechless, staring blankly. He then stood up and shouted loudly, "Look at how he talks. When an elder gives advice out of concern, he should listen." Seo Jun did not care. He coldly turned and walked away with the thought in his mind. Something that will never happen. Nonsense. I am a cadet of the Supreme Academy. Seo Jun continued doing his daily missions while telling himself, "During the past week, I have clearly felt how much those lectures have affected me." At the Supreme Academy, becoming a professional hunter is definitely not impossible. He was running down the street while silently affirming to himself that he would definitely become a hunter. However, one person's desire is sometimes another's disgust. In contrast to Seo Jun, a girl with a dark expression sighed, "I hate being a hunter so much." Two monsters were charging at her with ferocity and bloodlust. She stood there looking up at them, a sword in her hand, mumbling, "What's even the point of founding an academy anyway?" The girl dashed forward, swinging her gleaming sword, easily cutting down the monsters, continuing, "We don't even have any students. I'm going to lose my mind." She thrust her sword one last time, finishing off the monster, and exhaled deeply. Standing atop the pile of corpses, the girl looked exhausted. Finally, it's over. The scene shifts to that night in a residential area. Seo Jun let himself fall freely onto the bed, sighing, "Finally, I'm home." Before being discharged, the doctor had worriedly said, "It's only been 2 weeks, how can that be okay?" But with his determination, he was now sitting in his room, still complaining, "I had to stay in the hospital for 2 whole weeks. Even though it's small, home is still number one." In the small room, faint sounds echoed from the bathroom. Seo Jun was still slumped there, staring blankly. Next to him, the faucet was dripping, and he calculated in his head, about 1 more year until the hunter exam. Then he looked around the room and wondered, how much money do I even have left in my account? From the window outside looking in, the room really did look a bit shabby. Seo Jun suddenly realized, "I really have nothing at all." Suddenly, he sat up, grabbed his phone, and exclaimed, "Come to think of it, I actually finished my daily mission today." Seo Jun thought to himself, "It took me this long because I kept putting it off until tomorrow. But if it's today, maybe." Instantly, the system appeared and presented him with a choice. "Would you like to proceed to the next lesson?" On the screen, Chiron winked approvingly. "Good. Looks like you finally have enough strength to start crawling." Huh. Seo Jun felt awkward hearing that. "What am I, a baby?" Chiron pulled out the spear in his hand and continued, "Anyway, if you can crawl now, then crawl." He grew serious, his tone deep. The next step to becoming a transcendental being is sensation. Along with that came a progress report of the current course, 5.7%. The scene shifts to the next morning at work. A conceited voice rang out. "I thought it was going to be some huge surgery or something. Turns out it wasn't even that bad." Foreman Tisu continued arrogantly, "You must have some thick skin to even dare show your face here. Let me tell you, if you pull another stunt like that, next time it'll be your neck on the line." Seo Jun bowed deeply. Yes, but thought to himself, "It's not like I wanted to come, but I have no choice. I don't even have enough money to eat." He watched Tisu's back as he left and thought, "Judging from the fact that he's letting me stay, maybe he feels a little guilty too." In Seo Jun's mind, he could still see the man complaining. Work accident insurance. Anyway, I don't know anything about that incident. Got it. Don't start whining before anything even happens. A while later, in the employee break room made from an old container, Seo Jun sat there with his chin in his hand, mumbling. In the end, it's still all about money. If I don't work, I won't have enough to eat, but if I go earn money, I won't have time to listen to the lessons. He closed his eyes, worried. If I don't finish Professor Chiron's daily missions, I won't complete any. Just then, Uncle Manchiol walked in and noticed his actions. Seo Jun sat there silently, listening intently to every word from Chiron's lecture. There are 5 senses that play decisive roles in battle: sight, hearing, smell, touch, and taste. We call them the 5 senses. The uncle stood there, still watching his back. Chiron continued explaining. Normally these senses follow the order of reception, recognition, and evaluation, one stimulus at a time. But that process is unimaginably slow. So why keep doing something so meaningless? That's why I'll teach you how to shorten this process as much as possible. His voice deepened, a tone completely separate from the 5 senses, referring to something hidden within you. Seo Jun's dull eyes lit up, his expression immersed as he heard about a new skill, the 6th sense, intuition. Just then, Manchiol approached, patted him on the back, and laughed loudly. Kim Seo Jun, you should at least say something when you show up. It's been ages, hasn't it, you rascal? Seo Jun was still staring at his phone screen, but unconsciously leaned aside, avoiding the pat. This made Manchiol frown in confusion, a question mark forming in his mind. At that moment, Seo Jun snapped back to reality, a hint of worry flashing across his face as cold sweat formed. Manchiol asked curiously, "What was that? Do you have eyes on the back of your head or something? How did you dodge that?" He simply replied softly, "Yes, sir," while Chiron seemed quite pleased. Meanwhile, Tisu continued yelling in annoyance, "If you're here to work, then work. What do you think you're doing?" The older man looked concerned. "Kim Seo Jun, are you sure you'll be okay? Those 3 must weigh at least 200 kilograms. You'll hurt yourself at this rate." Seo Jun smiled and replied, "Yes, sir, I'm fine. Please stack them on." Soon, 3 slabs of monster meat were loaded onto his back, and he walked away calmly. The older workers watched him with uneasy expressions. Manchiol thought to himself, "He's walking like that, so maybe he really is fine." Tisu called out loudly, "Everyone, take a break, and then we'll continue." Meanwhile, Seo Jun clenched his fists, thinking, "Strange, why do I feel so full of strength inside?" Others in the distance, however, looked tired and groaned. "What should we do? It feels like the longer we work, the harder it gets." Seo Jun even took the chance to squat and muttered to himself, "At least I should do my daily missions. Once work's over there won't be much time left." His co-workers kept complaining, "Oh my god, my bones." Seo Jun wiped his sweat, took out his phone, and mumbled, "Let's check if it's counting or not." Suddenly, his expression turned to astonishment, eyes wide open at the information on the screen. In the mission log, the data had changed. Seo Jun exclaimed, "One squat counts as 3 stars. He stood there thinking, so the heavier I carry, the more effective it becomes, which means... Then he eagerly began helping others carry loads. "Uncle, let me take what you're holding. Looks heavy. I'll carry it. You need to move this too. Right, I'll take it." As he worked, he kept counting under his breath, thinking, "Why make time separately for missions? I can just do them while working. Even if the posture is a bit awkward, as long as I move, it counts." Seo Jun kept switching positions, even doing push-ups. The heavier it got, the more it counted, meaning he could earn money and save time at once. A perfect example of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Nice. He grew more enthusiastic about the next step. "All right, next is pull-ups." While the older man still couldn't stop worrying that kid's going to hurt himself. After a long day working at the construction site, Seo Jun lay sprawled on his bed, groaning, "I feel like I'm about to die." Still, he felt somewhat satisfied. It was actually pretty effective doing missions while working. Though it was really exhausting, Man Chiol's face was so funny too. But honestly, how can carrying monster corpses be considered exercise? Seo Jun sat up, took out his phone, and muttered, "Well, at least." He quickly opened the Daily Mission tab to check his progress. To his surprise, a message appeared. Thanks to that, I was able to save some time, and the daily mission was complete. Seo Jun smiled in satisfaction. All missions finished while he was working at the site. Sitting by the bed, he continued, I finished listening to both lectures, and it's only 10 o'clock. Good thing I got it done so fast. But somehow it feels like I wasted time. Professor Chiron's course progress, 9.1%. Professor Gautama's course progress, 2.5%. He tapped the screen and thought, at least I should review a bit. But then he changed his mind. No, wouldn't it be better to learn a different lesson? Reviewing won't increase progress anyway, not a bad idea. He thought, since normal lessons cost money, I should take a free course instead. On the screen appeared the list of free courses. The system announced, you will gain the power to move mountains, Professor Xiang Yu. Seo Jun realized, Xiang Yu, wait, that's the hegemon king of Western Chu, Xiang Yu. The hegemon king of Western Chu, after appearing in the myths of the Zhou and Han dynasties, became famous as a man of extraordinary ability. Seo Jun thought, no wonder the phrase, 1 man against 10,000, went viral because of him. He muttered, not bad, and since this is a free course, that means the lecture is free. The system asked, do you want to register for the selected course? If you register, you will learn the rank mountain crushing spear technique. Immediately, Xiang Yu's voice echoed with loud laughter. So you want to learn how to use a spear? Huh. People who take this course are nothing but trash who don't even know the basics. Seo Jun sat there listening to his insults, and that trash wants to learn the spear. Xiang Yu's crimson eyes gleamed with excitement as he continued, fine, let me teach you. Fools like you don't need anything fancy. For now, just swing it, carve the spear into your body and senses, then come back to me. Right after that, a notification appeared. Your daily mission has been updated. After calculating the student's current level, an appropriate task will be assigned. The daily mission the system gave Seo Jun was to swing a spear-type weapon 5,000 times. He stared blankly at the screen, slightly confused. Then his face darkened as he muttered, he only said a few sentences, and the lesson's already over. He recalled Xiang Yu's earlier insult. How dare a brat like you try to learn the spear? Try swinging it first. Under the night sky in the residential area, a long sigh escaped Seo Jun's lips. And this too, why did it have to become a daily mission? Transition to the next morning. A girl with a sword at her waist stood there asking Tisu, there really won't be any issues, right? He smiled obsequiously and replied, of course, thanks to strict safety regulations, this site has never had an accident. There's nothing for you to worry about. This girl was B-rank Hunter Park Seoyun. She looked at Tisu and said, you're aware of the recent Behemoth incident, right? Even though I've already completed the inspection, I want you to make sure to double-check everything carefully, just in case I missed something. He hurriedly replied, yes, of course, ma'am, while the others looked on with weary eyes. They whispered among themselves, my God, he's about to kneel at her feet. Who even is she for him to act like that? Meanwhile, Seo Jun in the back kept diligently hauling the monster carcasses on his back. A voice echoed from somewhere, isn't she the granddaughter of the Sword Saint? Her name is Park Seoyun, right? This made him freeze. The name Sword Saint flashed in Seo Jun's mind. Sword Saint Park Minchul, an old man with white hair and beard, dressed elegantly but his hand was always on his sword, his whole body radiating a mighty energy. 100 years ago, he was an awakened one, active when the concept of gates was first introduced. Unlike the systematic understanding of awakeners now, the monsters of that time were far more ferocious. And such monsters were everywhere on the streets. That was when the survival of humanity was not guaranteed. He, with the sword in his hand, stood up to slay the monsters and protect everyone. The energy he once possessed astonished both humans and monsters. Park Minchul was an awakener born into such a world. He was one of those who rebuilt the civilization of this world. That is why he truly is the savior of this world, a hero. Time flows like water, and though he may be old now, he still remains a powerful force on this planet. After learning all that, Seo Jun could only smile. He continued walking among the pile of corpses, mumbling, "Well, that's none of my business. The priority now is the daily quest." On the other hand, Seoyun asked Tisu curiously, "What is that guy doing?" He replied, "Ignore him. He's been like that since last week, like a lunatic." She observed and thought to herself, "Does he have a screw loose?" While Seo Jun kept working and counting, 45, 46. Then he said to his colleague Uncle Man Chiao, "I'll leave these bodies here, 60. The old man looked at the monster's arm in front of him and replied shortly, "Fine." Then he turned and asked the young man, "How long are you planning to lift those things?" Seo Jun calmly answered, "Since I've started, I'll do it till the end, 61. Right after that, the monster's head was thrown heavily onto the ground. He wiped a bit of sweat and tried to explain, "All of this has meaning." Man Chiol sighed in frustration, "Meaning my ass." He exhaled deeply, "You'll drop dead if you keep this up." "If you've brought that here already, then go." Seo Jun grinned. The scene shifted to another area where Seoyun stood sighing in exhaustion. She muttered, "Finally, I'm free. I really am not suited to be the principal here." Seoyun recalled Tisu's words, "How could we possibly let the granddaughter of the Sword Saint stay in such a shabby place? We'll prepare a comfortable room for you." While she was still wondering to herself, "How long do I have to keep doing this?" someone beside her glanced in her direction. Their voices accidentally reached her ears. "Isn't that her? The granddaughter of the Sword Saint?" Feeling uneasy, they immediately lowered their voices to whisper, "SHH, she might hear us. We didn't say anything wrong, so what rank is she?" Someone replied, "B rank? What? The Sword Saint's granddaughter is only that rank." Meanwhile, Seoyun felt disheartened inside. "I can hear all of you, you know." The Sword Saint was a hero revered by everyone, but to her, that title was nothing more than a heavy burden clinging around her. Even though she had been trained to become a hunter by her grandfather since she first learned to walk, the wall named the Sword Saint was still too high for her to overcome. For someone constantly compared to her extraordinarily talented grandfather, her lifelong dream was simply to become a teacher. In the past, Seoyun had once shouted to her grandfather, "I want to be a teacher," but his response was always firm, "I don't want to hear that." The Sword Saint Minchul had ordered, "Don't ever say such things again." Seoyun could never live a normal life just because she was the Sword Saint's granddaughter, and her compromise was to become a teacher at a hunter academy. Back then, the students there whispered among themselves, "Isn't the Sword Saint supposed to be teaching? No way." Seoyun tried to step out of that shadow and told them, "My grandfather, the Sword Saint, has nothing to do with this. I'm the instructor." But immediately, they walked away. "What? We've been tricked." After the news spread that the academy she founded had no appearance of the Sword Saint, all the students lost interest and left. Only Seoyun remained there, clutching her papers, trying to call after them, "Hey everyone." She clenched her fists. Those people didn't come to enroll for Seoyun, but for the name Sword Saint. In the end, she stood there alone, by herself and her academy. Returning to the present, Seoyun walked while thinking, and even those who had stayed soon left as if they were driven away by my grandfather. Because of that, now no one even knows about the Hunter Academy. However, she still held a faint hope in her heart, if only I had a suitable student. Just then, someone dashed past her at high speed from behind. The man shouted anxiously to warn everyone, "Run, there's a monster." Hearing that, Seoyun was utterly shocked and immediately the old man lay there, struggling to shout to him, "Run, Seo Jun, don't worry about me, get out of here first." He stood frozen in place, fists clenched as he told himself, "He's going to die." Seo Jun's eyes widened and a firm realization appeared in his mind, he's definitely going to die. A normal human could never be stronger than a monster, even awakened ones without mana couldn't. Not to mention that a manticore was a 4-star monster that even professional hunters had a hard time defeating. he thought. Then what about the hunters? Right now there's only Park Seo-yoon left. Seo-jun realized, no, if she's not here now, then it's already too late. He'll still die miserably. At that moment, several metal bars fell right at his feet. Looking at the monster approaching his uncle, Seo-jun came to a decision: someone has to act right now. Staring at the beast's drooling, bloodthirsty mouth, he thought, someone has to move to save him. Seo-jun's whole body trembled slightly, and one big question echoed in his head. But who will it be? Right then, the monster opened its mouth wide, baring sharp fangs as it lunged forward to bite. Seo-jun quickly grabbed a metal rod nearby, threw down the rack on his back, and rushed forward. He had made up his mind to fight. Raising the iron bar high, he charged and shouted loudly. A heavy strike landed right in front of the monster, forcing it to stagger back. Uncle Man-cheol narrowly escaped death, staring in shock. He shouted Seo-jun's name, and Seo-jun turned to yell, "Uncle, run!" Man-cheol hesitated for a moment, but Seo-yun's firm voice echoed, "We'll make it through, hurry." Right after that, Seo-jun entered a combat stance. Though his body still trembled slightly, he told himself, "I'm the only one here. I have to hold out until the professional hunters arrive." The monster before him seemed like something massive and deadly, an impossible force to overcome. Fear washed over him from the stench of blood and killing intent. Seo-jun steadied himself. "Damn it, don't tremble in fear. Don't hesitate, move." He suddenly recalled Buddha's teaching, "You are the universe." That voice echoed in his mind, purifying his thoughts. "When you observe the world, seek its origin and its true nature," were the words of Buddha Shakyamuni. At that moment, the monster charged forward to attack. Seo-jun closed his eyes and reflected. From now on, embrace the universe and think about where it will go. Instantly, a thought appeared in his mind, calming your emotions. The monster stomped the ground for momentum, shattering it beneath its weight. It leapt into the air, pouncing toward where Seo-jun stood. He twirled the iron bar in his hands and told himself, "My fear and trembling heart will gradually grow calm." Then Seo-jun began to move, rushing forward to meet the attack. The monster sprang again, swinging its sharp claws straight at him. Remembering Chiron's teaching, he thought, if I move only after thinking about my reaction, it'll be too late. I have to act on instinct. Seo-jun immediately leaned backward. He flipped backward gracefully, landing lightly and keeping a safe distance from the monster. Almost immediately, the monster raised its tail high. Seo-jun planted the metal rod into the ground and leapt upward. Looking down from above, he told himself, "Before I react, let instinct take over." The monster couldn't keep up with Seo-jun's movements and kept shaking its head wildly. From his vantage point above, Seo-jun noticed something, a weak spot. A question popped into his mind: should I attack? But what should I do? At that moment, the teachings of Xiang Yu surfaced in his head. Uprooting mountains doesn't come from strength alone. Every word echoed. It must come from the momentum of your spirit. Believe it. Believe that your strike can split mountains in half. Not even a trace of doubt. Then Seo-jun gripped the iron rod tightly, readying himself to strike down. His eyes gleamed with a sharp light. His heart filled with confidence. I can split it apart. Gazing down at the monster below, Seo-jun reaffirmed with determination, "No, I must do it." He focused all his attention on the monster as Xiang Yu's voice resounded. "This is the power to uproot mountains." The monster roared fiercely in defiance, and Seo-jun echoed in his mind, "This is the power to uproot mountains." A brilliant flash of energy burst before Seo-jun's eyes, blazing with lightning. That surge of energy appeared right through the monster's body, splitting it in two. In the middle of the open yard, a massive explosion erupted, smoke and dust billowing everywhere. Seo-yun ran over in confusion. What's going on? What was that noise just now? And everyone present turned in astonishment. She stared blankly at the cloud of smoke before her. As it slowly cleared, Seo-jun's silhouette emerged. He had succeeded in cleaving the monster in half before everyone's stunned eyes. Seo-jun froze, speechless at the strike he had just unleashed. Moments later, he blinked in disbelief at the outcome. Scratching his head awkwardly, he muttered with hesitation, "Huh, that actually worked." System information. Chiron's lecture progress plus 10%, 21.5%. Buddha Shakyamuni's lecture progress plus 2.6%, 5.1%. Sioyun stood there in a daze, wondering what the hell had just happened. She looked at the clueless young man in front of her and silently assessed. A guy who just took down a monster, someone who wasn't even a hunter, didn't even have a proper weapon, and yet managed to do all this with just a steel pipe. He caught a monster like that. Seriously. After finishing his moment of self-satisfaction, Seo-jun suddenly remembered something. He dashed past Sioyun and called out loudly, "Uncle." Seo-jun ran over to check on Man Chial. "Uncle, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" The man replied, "I'm fine, but Seo-jun, this is..." Seo-jun explained, "Uncle, you know how hard I usually train, but still, you might have gotten hurt, so you should go to the hospital first." On the other hand, Tisu kept babbling explanations to Sioyun. "Oh dear, we did check, but we must have made a small mistake." Meanwhile, the other co-workers rushed over, hugging and patting Seo-jun's head in praise. "This kid, all right, off to the hospital first. Good job." Sioyun still hadn't taken her eyes off him all this time, murmuring to herself, "Found him, the right cadet." In the late afternoon, Tisu's voice echoed, "Everyone," making sure not to spread any rumors about what happened today. "Got it." Under the gate, before leaving, everyone waved goodbye to each other. "Good work, everyone. Let's head home." Seo-jun waved to Man Chial. "See you tomorrow, uncle. And don't forget to stop by the hospital." The man sighed and replied, "I know. I feel like my ears are about to fall off already. Bye." As usual, Seo-jun took out his phone to check his information, and something caught his attention. He wondered, the lecture progress increased this much. No matter how many times I listen to the lectures, it's never this effective. He recalled and reasoned. Maybe it's because I captured the manticore, like the saying, practice makes perfect or something. Seo-jun pondered deeply. In other words, the best way to increase lecture progress is to use what I've learned from the lectures in real combat. He felt a bit troubled. The problem is, if I can't enroll in a hunter academy and get a temporary license, I can't raid dungeons, and Transcendent Academy isn't a hunter academy, so I can't get any help in that area. Seo-jun walked while rubbing his head, muttering, "Do I need to save up money and apply to a hunter academy?" After some time following behind, Sioyun finally spoke up. "Excuse me." She stepped in front of him politely and asked, "Could you spare a bit of your time to talk with me?" Seo-jun glanced over, assessing this person. "She's the hunter who requested today's mission, right? And she's called the granddaughter of the Sword Saint. Why would someone like her want to talk to me?" Park Seo-jun, 31 years old, was going through something he had never experienced in his 31 years of life, so he was a bit confused. Seo-jun asked her, "So are you saying that you want me to join your hunter academy? The one with no cadets and basically only existing on paper," which made Sioyun wonder inside. This person, what exactly? She recalled the moment at Seo-jun's workplace when he performed those strange exercises, followed by the scene of him defeating the monster, even while in a severely weakened state that should only allow him to fight a 2-star creature. He was able to split a 4-star manticore in two. Clearly he was trying to become a hunter. Sioyun followed, trying to persuade him further. "However, we have everything you could need, good equipment and facilities, and even if we lack instructors, I can..." Seo-jun interrupted. "I do not want to. After all, I do not need a hunter academy to teach me." His answer made her grind her teeth in anger. Sioyun offered a condition. "What if my grandfather, the Sword Saint, comes to teach you?" His answer remained unchanged, still irrelevant, which made her think, he even refuses to learn from the Sword Saint, something every professional hunter wants. "No, I cannot let him walk away like that." Sioyun said loudly, "The written exam. What will you do about the written exam?" He replied, "I can handle that myself." She continued following and asking questions. "How will you join dungeon raids? From what I saw today, you should be able to join raids immediately." You know you cannot join raids unless you are affiliated with a hunter academy. Isn't that a waste? Seo Jun remained indifferent. If I join your academy, won't it be the same? Only academies authorized by the government can issue temporary certificates. Seo Yun answered, we have received that authorization. If you join our academy, we will help you start raiding dungeons right away. Her statement made him hesitate. She noticed he slowed down, and now she needed to push strongly. Seo Yun pressed the point further. And you said you don't need a hunter academy to teach you. Fine, we will not interfere. We will provide a separate location where you can train. She presented her final offer, and we will not charge any fees, including tuition. Seo Jun immediately turned back and asked, you only require affiliation, right? If there is compensation, then there must also be responsibility. To enjoy those rewards, what must I do for you, Seo Yun? She replied right away, before you pass the professional hunter exams, please participate in as many competitions as possible under our academy's name. And wherever you go, let others know that you are part of our academy. He thought for a moment. To be honest, this is an attractive offer. I could solve all my worries at once, and what I have to do is nothing compared to the rewards I would receive. But then he looked at her and asked, why would you go this far just to make me join? Seo Yun confidently answered, because I see potential in you, which made him freeze for a moment. The sincerity and determination were clear on her face. Seo Jun smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, not bad, a mutually beneficial relationship. Then he reached out his hand and introduced himself. I am Kim Seo Jun. She immediately shook his hand with a smile and said, I am Park Seo Yun. He silently affirmed, however, I can be sure that at some point, we will become each other's desire. Scene transition. The next day, the phone in Seo Jun's hand kept vibrating non-stop. He answered, hello, Uncle Manchial. The uncle on the other end asked urgently, Seo Jun, what the hell did you do yesterday? Today they suddenly changed the construction team leader. Thinking back to the day before, Seo Yun had bowed her head and apologized. Instead, because of my negligence, you may have gotten into trouble. Thank you very much. He had asked her, if you're that thankful, can I ask for one thing? Please tell our company that you didn't want to work with us anymore because you didn't like the construction team leader. Seo Jun smiled inwardly. I didn't think he'd actually get fired right away. Then he said to Manchial, what could I have done? I'm sure he resigned because he felt responsible for the accident. Manchial reacted immediately. A bastard like Kim Tisu resigning over something like that. Even dogs would laugh at that. That guy's not hanging around here anymore. That's great. Everyone seems to be enjoying it. At that moment, Seo Yun waved from ahead and called out, Mr. Seo Jun, over here. She handed him a card and said, here, your temporary license, Mr. Seo Jun. Seo Yun added, it was just issued yesterday. He immediately thanked her, silently thinking, I still have some doubts, but they really did issue me the license. Looking at the license, Seo Jun thought to himself, although I haven't become a professional hunter yet, this feels like the first step on the journey toward my dream. This is just the beginning. He held it tightly in his hand and asked, can you teach me the method for dungeon raids? Seo Yun turned away and replied, there's no need. She walked toward the rack of spears and continued, first, choose a training weapon that you feel most comfortable with among those we've prepared. After you make your choice, you can head out immediately. Seo Yun looked at Seo Jun with a proud smile. Alongside the glowing blue dungeon gate, her voice echoed, I've already reserved a dungeon, since I thought you might need it. Inside, a weapon pierced through the head of a rat-shaped monster. Seo Jun turned back in confusion. Why did you follow me into the dungeon? Didn't we agree not to interfere with each other's matters? She smiled and replied, I'm not interfering. You're the only cadet of our academy. How could we just ignore you? Don't worry. Seo Yun added, thinking of it as a kind of special buy one get one free offer only for the academy's future hope. He smiled and replied, quite an honor. Huh? She asked, this is your first dungeon raid, right? Just think of me as a safety device. Though this dungeon only has a few kobolds like the one you just took down, you still can't let your guard down. Seo Jun thought, Kobolds are 2-star monsters. This is the perfect place for someone inexperienced like me to test things out. After some time fighting monsters, he reflected, luckily, just like with a manticore the first time, the mana barrier can be easily pierced. His eyes gleamed with a blue light as he realized something. Attacking without using mana to redirect the transparent barrier is actually normal. Just then, a larger kobold charged toward him. Suoyun shouted in warning, "Danger!" He quickly ducked to dodge. Now that's strange. The kobold, having missed its strike, sensed a gust of wind sweeping toward it. Seojun was swinging his spear, ready to slash down. He struck straight into its abdomen and thought, attacks from someone like me, who can't use mana, are still effective. Progress notifications appeared. Lecture progress rate of Chiron plus 0.6%, 22.5%. Lecture progress rate of Xiangyu plus 0.4%, 20.1%. Lecture progress rate of Buddha Shakyamuni 5.1%. Seojun looked at the stats and shouted excitedly. It increased again. Suoyun looked at Seojun with doubtful eyes, thinking to herself, Seojun, from the very beginning I already knew he was a strange person. But his level of craziness is beyond imagination. In her mind she wondered, what on earth is that kid doing? It's terrifying. On the other hand, he was completely unaware and kept staring intently at his phone, mumbling, I must absolutely avoid the poison of the Hydra. I see. Suoyun recalled that ever since they returned from the dungeon raid, he had started staring at that pitch-black screen with nothing on it. Seojun turned to her in confusion, wondering, can't she see this? While Suoyun was baffled, thinking, how many hours has he been staring at that black screen already? Her thoughts ran wildly inside her mind, and the bigger problem was that the strangeness didn't stop there. Ahead of her, Seojun was still absorbed with his phone. What? How could he even do that? Images of him appeared in Seoyun's mind, a cadet who had never received proper training. Yet in his very first dungeon raid, he slaughtered kobolds like a hunter with more than 10 years of experience. At that time, Seojun was holding 2 rat corpses, eagerly saying, if you don't have anything to do, help me move these. After all, this is still money. That action left Seojun frozen in shock, as he started doing some bizarre exercises while carrying the corpses, something he could have easily solved by hiring a corpse removal service, but he wanted to save money. She held her head in frustration, thinking, I can't keep hiding from my grandfather that I've got a new cadet. But how am I supposed to tell him about this? Suddenly, Seojun stood up and exclaimed, it's already past midnight, and I still haven't listened to all the lectures. Seojun sighed helplessly, thinking, is he Cinderella or what? Did I really make the right decision taking him in? A while later, Seojun's expression brightened again. A happy smile spread across his face. Looking at his phone, he marveled, I actually earned this much money in just one day. He scratched his nose in satisfaction and thought, I even handled the removal and disposal myself. Well, it's worth the effort I put in. Suddenly Seojun realized the problem was that it took too much time and energy, so I couldn't finish all the lectures from yesterday. Standing by the road, he thought to himself, maybe I should ask Uncle Man Chiol to work with me. If it's him, I can trust him, and I also want to stay in touch with him. Plus, him starting his own removal service wouldn't be a bad idea at all. When the traffic light turned green, Seojun strode forward, telling himself, I'll contact him when I have time. He looked around, calculating in his mind, what should I do with the nearly $10,000 I just earned? Saving it would be fine, but I want to use it more wisely. Seojun recalled the moment he defeated the kobold in the dungeon. The dungeon raid had helped him make money and advance his lecture progress, but it didn't increase as fast as he had expected. That's it. When I caught the last kobold, it didn't even increase at all. He wondered, is there any other method to grow stronger faster, to become as powerful as the great sage? Just as he thought that, Seojun froze for a moment as if he had realized something profound. He opened his mouth in surprise and exclaimed, that's right, Sun Wukong. Seojun excitedly activated the system. The lecture I can consider top tier. Before this, I couldn't even imagine joining it because I had no money. But now, the system panel appeared with a notification. General theory of the 3 sects of spear and staff techniques. Division, handle, tip, instructor, great sage equal to heaven. Would you like to register for this course? If you register, you will learn the great divine practice of the sage. Register. Seo Jun's face was full of curiosity, eagerly staring at his phone screen. Without thinking twice, he immediately pressed register. Suddenly, the system displayed a message showing the registration fee was 27 million. Seo Jun froze, staring at the screen in disbelief. A second later, he was so shocked that he shouted, 27 million. His whole body exuded despair and disappointment as he slumped to the ground groaning, "Damn capitalists. That number is beyond imagination. So that's why it's called the Supreme Academy. Huh. I think even after becoming a professional hunter, I wouldn't be able to pay that price." The passers-by walking near him looked on cautiously, wondering, what is that guy doing? After thinking for a while, Seo Jun picked up his phone to search for something. There's nothing else I can do. I'll think about that lecture later. It's already hard enough to manage the ones I have now. I wonder if the Supreme Academy sells any items. He kept mumbling to himself on the street. If I can't join the lecture, at least I should get some equipment. The people around hurriedly avoided him, saying, "That lunatic, don't look him in the eyes." A while later, Seo Jun suddenly exclaimed, "Here it is," the screen displayed, "Supreme Shop, selling training equipment personally created by accepted students." Seo Jun froze in astonishment, his voice trembling as he held his phone. A series of items appeared before his eyes. Holy water, divine shield, even the spear of Saint Longinus. Although they were replicas, they were all legendary grade equipment. These are considered training gear. The spear of Longinus or Longinus of Caesarea was the Roman soldier who pierced the side of Jesus Christ with his spear. Seo Jun checked again in disbelief. Even for someone like me who doesn't know much about weapons, they don't look ordinary at all. If these items were created by accepted students, that might mean they were made by transcendent beings. His expression brightened with excitement as he selected an item from the screen. I can actually easily obtain legendary grade items created by transcendent people, so I should pick the equipment I can use right now first. After thinking for a long time, Seo Jun decided to choose the spear of Saint Longinus. The screen displayed the information. Replica, the spear of Saint Longinus, the divine spear that was said to have pierced the body of God when he was nailed to the cross. He firmly pressed the purchase option. The system immediately displayed, calculating the karma ratio to determine the appropriate price, Spear of Longinus. The next day, at the training, seeing Seo Jun's intense training attitude, she curiously asked, "It seems you are training even harder than yesterday. Did something happen?" Seo Jun kept training, 86, 87. Inside he complained tiredly, "I already guessed it would be quite expensive. Even a replica would be worth millions in reality. I had calculated the risk, but damn it, I am terrible at math. $100,000, there is no way I have that much money, not to mention I cannot sell the item." Seo Jun recalled the moment last night and told himself, "I should have just closed my eyes, borrowed money, and then resold it." However, the system stopped him. This item was created by successful students for their junior cadets, so resale is strictly prohibited. Seo Jun, in disappointment, pressed his face against the wall. In the end, it still comes down to money. $100,000 is already a lot. I cannot even imagine when I will be able to afford the $27 million lecture of the great sage. Seo Jun, behind him, tried to call out to start a conversation. "Seo Jun, do you have time?" After hearing that, he asked in surprise, "The Academy race?" Seo Jun nodded, confirming, "That's right. Have you ever heard about the Academy race before?" Seo Jun replied, "I have indeed heard about it, but I don't know the details." Hearing that, Seo Jun happily explained, "Literally, it is a competition between academies. It is a contest in which countless students participate to show off their excellence." She handed Seo Jun a sheet of paper containing information about the 4th class Academy race. Here, related information. You can consider it as a place to evaluate the level of an academy. Seoyun carefully explained each detail. There are quite a few competitions of this type, but the academy race belongs to the 4th class level among them. If you perform well throughout the contest, you can earn the right to participate in a higher class competition, allowing you to increase the number of people enrolling in the academy and be authorized by the government. Therefore, the hunter academies did not hesitate to pour all their resources into it and sent their most outstanding talents to participate. After hearing that, Seo-jun hesitated and speculated. So, the reason you are explaining all of this to me is, of course. Before he could finish, Seoyun smiled brightly and nodded. That's right, you guessed it. She immediately made a proposal. I want you, Seo-jun, to represent our Dream Hunter Academy in the competition. Seo-jun's eyes darkened with thought. If I participate in the academy race, will I be able to quickly increase the progress of my lectures? Thinking about it, this could also be considered a valuable experience. With that thought, he immediately nodded in agreement. Sounds good, I'll participate. Seoyun, surprised and delighted, asked again, Really? Seo-jun turned his head curiously. Seoyun rested her chin on her hand, calculating, although we can't know the exact details of the race, we know it's evaluated based on the total points from dungeon runs and cadet tournaments, dungeon raids and duels. Suddenly, Seo-jun realized, now that I think about it, my battle experience with monsters only includes one manticore and a bunch of kobolds. I have no experience fighting other cadets at all. He crossed his arms, thinking, what should I do? Since I'm going to participate anyway, I want to do it properly. Is there anyone available to spar with me? Seoyun, standing behind him, stared curiously at Seo-jun, making him flinch slightly. He then proposed, Miss Seoyun, if you have nothing urgent to do, could you have a duel with me? Seoyun froze and asked, What, me? A moment later, Seoyun awkwardly grabbed a training sword, thinking to herself, what on earth am I doing right now? Before that, she had questioned Seo-jun, me, but he provoked her in a way she couldn't refuse. You don't want to duel with me, or are you scared? Beside them, Seo-jun's face was filled with excitement. This is a good opportunity. He observed the opponent before him and analyzed. Miss Seoyun is a B-rank hunter. Maybe B-rank is just B-rank, but she's a B-rank hunter trained by the Sword Saint himself. A cadet like me may not have the right to evaluate a professional hunter, but Seo-jun couldn't hold back his excitement, and his face showed clear anticipation. I'm really curious just how strong Miss Seoyun actually is. Standing in front of him with her hands on her hips, Seoyun hesitated. Seo-jun, are you really going to do this? She stepped forward and asked again, You know I'm a B-rank hunter, right? Seo-jun confidently nodded. Of course. With that, he grabbed his staff and stepped back. Please go easy on me. Seoyun sighed in exasperation and picked up the sword. I will take the first blow. You just charge as you please. Seo-jun immediately surged forward decisively, shouting, Then I will not refuse. Faced with his momentum, Seoyun calmly brought her weapon forward, of course. In the next moment, the clash of the two weapons rang out continuously in the air. Seoyun seemed to sense something different in Seo-jun's fighting style. She watched and analyzed each of his movements. He approached quickly, but his motions were sloppy. As she dodged, she also realized his patterns were easy to predict. You could tell where he would attack. Seoyun felt a bit disappointed. It seems I may have overestimated him during the kobold dungeon. A cadet is indeed a cadet. With that thought, she poured force into her sword and raised it to deliver a finishing blow. I do not know where he got the confidence to mock me like that. Seoyun leapt up, her posture majestic, and with this single strike her powerful blade decisively fell in a killing blow. It's over. Suddenly Seoyun's eyes widened in bewilderment, because in front of her Seo-jun had completely blocked that blow. His hands trembled as he tried to hold on, groaning, Damn. This is tough. Seoyun stared at him in confusion. How could he block an attack infused with mana? Unexpectedly, Seo-jun's weapon sprang out to strike at her side. Seo-yoon startled and stepped back, skillfully parrying. The weapon should have flown out of his hand. She flicked her wrist, forcing Seo-jun back several steps. "And I will press the sword to your throat now." Seo-yoon watched his movements warily. Everything should have gone like that. Seo-jun grinned with excitement and wiped his mouth with his hand. "Well then." He wiped the sweat from his face and issued a challenge. "I'll strike for real now." Seo-yoon blocked the strike with her sword in surprise and thought to herself, "What is this?" His attack power suddenly changed. His blows were faster and sharper. She analyzed each of Seo-jun's strikes in her mind, completely different from before. Suddenly, the professor's voice echoed in his mind, throwing a few predictable attacks. Seo-jun quickly accelerated at the professor's urging, then added a few feints. In other words, pretend. "You idiot. Who said your attacks and feints are easy to predict? Understand? If your opponent is a thinking creature, she will change her strategy. Stop assuming she will just stand there and take your hits." The professor continued to remind him, "Throw a few predictable attacks, then she will defend predictably." Seo-jun stepped back, took aim, and charged forward as instructed, pulling the spear back like you're turning it toward yourself. Seo-yun looked at him in astonishment, while the professor's voices urged again, "Repeat until the opponent is in a position where she can no longer block your real strike. And when that moment comes..." Seo-jun seized the opportunity, leapt forward, and closed in on Seo-yun's position, startling her into a gasp. He told himself, "Strike with full strength on the next blow, now." Seo-yun's eyes widened as she sensed what was about to happen. Dangerous. The next second, a deafening explosion rang out, followed by a blinding flash of light scattering dust and debris through the air. When the smoke cleared, Seo-yun stood there confused, wondering what just happened. Suddenly, she noticed Seo-jun lying flat on the ground. Alarmed, she thought, "What did I just do?" I countered with full force without thinking. Thinking that, Seo-yun ran over and shouted, "Are you okay?" Seo-jun, still on the ground, tried to answer, "I'm fine." He scratched his head with an awkward smile and said, "I ended up losing after all." Hearing that, Seo-yun questioned herself. After all? Her mouth fell open in disbelief. Did he really think he could win? As if reading her thoughts, Seo-jun told himself, "Of course I haven't done it yet." Seo-yun continued her inner thought in confusion. This was a duel between a B-rank hunter and a cadet. He looked at her in admiration, silently commenting, as expected of a hunter, completely different from fighting monsters. Seo-yun sighed beside him. How am I supposed to deal with this? Suddenly, Seo-jun's phone rang, cutting off his thoughts. So this is the gap between me and a professional hunter. I still have a long way to go. On the phone screen appeared notifications. Chiron lesson progress. Siddhartha Gautama lesson progress. Xiang Yu lesson progress. Seo-jun secretly rejoiced. It increased, just as I expected. Excited, he looked at the phone and wondered, is it saying I need more diverse experiences? This isn't some game to grind experience points. Thinking that, Seo-jun glanced to the side and asked, Miss Seo-yun, you're not involved in the tournament, right? Seo-yun hesitated and replied, no. Seo-jun eagerly continued, then when there aren't any dungeon raids, can you spar with me like this? Seo-yun was surprised. Again, spar. Seo-jun grinned happily and nodded. Yeah, sparring with you is really beneficial. Can I ask for your help again? Seo-yun looked at him with slight hesitation, thinking, even though he got hurt because of me, he still wants to spar again. Who cares if he's a little weird? He's really hard-working. After a moment of thought, she agreed, yeah, sure. In her heart, Seo-yun suddenly felt a softness rise within and thought to herself, in the end, I really promised to help Seo-jun. She straightened up with determination and declared firmly, I'll do everything you ask, and if you win, I'll even... Hearing the words prize money, Seo-jun froze in confusion. There's prize money too. Seo-yun was taken aback and explained, of course, it's a tournament. Resting her chin on her hand with a thoughtful look, she pondered, how much was the prize again? Maybe a round. After a few seconds of hesitation, Seo-yun said the shocking number, $100,000. That's what I heard. Seo Jun immediately froze upon hearing that amount. A moment later, he regained his composure and asked, "When did you say the academy tournament will be?" Seo-yoon felt flustered inside. Why is he suddenly like this? Thinking so, she replied awkwardly, "The date, A second later, Seo-yoon made an estimate. About 2 weeks left. As soon as she finished speaking, Seo-jun's eyes burned with fierce determination. 2 weeks. He hurriedly urged, "Do you have any sandbags here, Miss Seo-yoon? Can I tear this one open? It's not too heavy. You won't lose anything." Seo-yoon felt dizzy from his sudden energy, scratching her head and muttering, "Tear, lose, what? What's happening?" Suddenly, before she realized it, Seo-jun had lifted a large rock and shouted, "One!" Seeing that, Seo-yoon panicked and yelled, "Seo-jun, what are you doing?" After a while, she sighed in defeat and agreed, "Fine, there's a sandbag in the corner, so don't use those." She hadn't even finished speaking before he jumped excitedly, "Thank you so much." Seo-yoon could only smile wryly and think, "I really don't know anymore." Beside her, Seo-jun seemed completely fired up, shouting, "I'll definitely win that $100,000. 2 weeks later, the day of the tournament finally arrived. Inside the building, the crowd was buzzing with chatter. "If someone decent shows up, that'll be great. I heard that guy from before is joining too. Want to check it out?" There were vendors shouting, "We've got sausages here," coaches giving encouragement, "Don't worry, you're the pride of our academy." Children calling for their mothers, "Mom, buy me that." Mingi looked around the building in awe and exclaimed, "So this is where the tournament takes place." He cheered in excitement, "I finally made it." Stepping inside, Mingi looked around curiously. There seemed to be more people than I thought. Well, of course they'd gather. There's something to watch after all. He rested his chin in thought, analyzing the crowd. Even though many people awaken these days, normal folks still love watching hunters fight. Not to mention the recruiters from guilds and mercenary groups blending in, maybe even government staff. Passers-by looked at him with judging eyes. Is he the narrator or what? "Hey, who is that guy?" No one asked, but he's explaining everything himself. He's definitely the narrator. After a moment, Mingi suddenly snapped out of it. "Right, I don't have time for this." Thinking that, he ran up to the staff member and asked, "I'm a participant in the tournament. Where's the waiting room?" The staff member pointed and said, "This way." Mingi quickly headed to the players' waiting area. Nervously gripping his bag, he trembled. What should I do now? His eyes sparkled with admiration. Look at all those shiny weapons, how much they cost. Look at those muscles, they look so confident. While he was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed Seo-jun sitting quietly in the corner of the room. Since each academy sent their strongest cadets, everyone there looked incredibly strong. In his hand was a pathetic-looking weapon, which was actually just a makeshift spear wrapped in cloth. The people around began to whisper noisily, "Who's that poor-looking guy? Which academy is he from? Is he from some no-name academy trying to get famous?" Mingi adjusted his glasses, realizing something familiar. The other participants kept murmuring about Seo-jun. Poor guy, he must have been forced to join. But why would he even study at an academy like that in the first place? I saw him earlier. He just kept staring at a black screen. Seo-jun silently muttered to himself, "I can hear you, you bastards. Just ignore them and keep reviewing lessons." The crowd sneered mockingly. What's he even doing here? He should just pack up and go home. Unlike them, Mingi froze in realization. That person must be. His face lit up with emotion as he held his cheeks, tears forming in his eyes. "My comrade, it's just like when you enter a new class and don't know anyone. So you pretend to be busy fiddling with your phone. Exactly the same." In front of Mingi, Seo-jun appeared awkward and nervous. "I came here alone, so I feel kind of anxious, but there's no one to talk to. I'll just look at my phone." Mingi looked at Seo-jun with immense pity. That person also came alone. Overcome with emotion, he covered his face and sobbed, "Oh my nameless brother, I understand your pain." Meanwhile, Seo-jun remained completely oblivious to what was going on. What is this? Why do I feel like I'm being misunderstood? And so, in that moment, A strange sense of camaraderie began to form in the haze of confusion. Mingi quickly stepped forward to greet him, startling Seo Jun. "Hello." Scratching his head awkwardly, Mingi introduced himself. "You're a cadet participating in the tournament, right?" "Me too. I'm Lee Mingi." Seo Jun calmly replied, "I'm Kim Seo Jun." Mingi immediately asked, "Can I sit next to you?" Seo Jun looked at him and thought, he looks so young. Maybe high school students can join too. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted from behind, "Are you kidding me?" Startled, Mingi pointed backward and explained, "That's Jang Dukchol. He's a candidate from Gachari Academy. As you can see, he uses an axe as his main weapon, and is your typical brute type." Jang Dukchol from Gachari Academy kept shouting, "If someone tells you to get lost, then get lost." Lee Chulman from Mint Academy coldly retorted, "I should get lost because you told me to. You're the one who started it. Did your muscles crush your brain?" Mingi stood there, looking knowledgeable as he continued narrating, and the person arguing with Jang Dukchol is Lee Chulman, a candidate from Mint Academy. Adjusting his glasses again, Mingi added, "I heard he's a bit weird. He uses dual daggers." Sitting nearby, Seo Jun couldn't help but think in surprise, why is this guy explaining everything? Is he one of those famous commentator types? Thinking that, he asked curiously, "You know a lot about other people, huh?" Mingi scratched his head shyly. "I'm just interested in a lot of things." Over at Dukchol's spot, he was still about to shout angrily when suddenly, a voice cut in from behind, "Why don't you all—" Lee Jun Hwan from Revenant Academy stepped forward with a frown and questioned coldly, "You're not the only ones in the waiting room, you know." Seo Jun quietly wondered. With just one sentence, that guy made everyone go silent. Mingi's expression also tensed up as he explained, "His name is Lee Jun Hwan, a candidate from Revenant Academy. But in truth, he's actually the reigning champion of their academy tournament." Seo Jun couldn't hide his surprise. The champion, not just a candidate. Mingi nodded to confirm. At first he didn't plan to participate. He said this tournament was too easy. But it seems something happened at Revenant Academy, so he changed his mind. If he's joining, he'll definitely win. "You know the Sword Saint, right?" Seo Jun gave a faint smile and replied, "It'd be strange if I didn't." Mingi eagerly agreed, "That's right." With a serious face, he continued, "Rumor has it that the Sword Saint's granddaughter personally recommended recruiting him." Seo Jun jolted in shock and exclaimed, "Miss Seoyun." Mingi blinked innocently. "Miss Seoyun, who's that?" He sighed and shared his opinion. Anyway, for some reason, he turned down her offer. He must be really confident to reject the Sword Saint's granddaughter. Hearing that, Seo Jun silently denied in his mind, "No, that's probably not the reason." He recalled the moment he met Seoyun. You see, she said that her academy didn't have any cadets at all and only existed on paper. On the other side of the room, Jun Hwan angrily kicked a trash can in the corner and shouted, "Damn it! Why do I have to join a tournament full of low-level trash?" His face darkened. "If it weren't for my uncle wanting me to help them reach Tier 3. He clenched his teeth and muttered, "Even if some worthless nobody wins, it won't make a difference. Even if I win this whole thing, no one will recognize it anyway. If I'd known this would happen, I would have accepted that girl's offer." Suddenly, he began to calculate silently, even if it's a no-name academy, she's still the Sword Saint's granddaughter. Jun Hwan remembered the conversation between Seoyun and Seo Jun. "You're talented. Would you like to join our academy?" "What kind of no-name academy is this? I don't believe it." Jun Hwan thought wickedly. "If I use her properly, take all the benefits for myself." Suddenly, his gaze froze, as if noticing something. When he glanced sideways, he realized Seo Jun was staring right at him. Who the hell is this poor guy? He cursed inwardly. Damn it, this is pathetic. Even a broke loser like him got in here. Sitting beside him, Mingi whispered nervously into Seo Jun's ear. "What do we do? He's looking this way." In Seo Jun's mind, his own calculations were already forming. That guy was one of the candidates Seoyun wanted to recruit. I wonder how much my lesson score will increase if I fight him. Suddenly, the loudspeaker echoed, announcing, "The first match of the Academy tournament will soon begin. All cadets please complete your preparations." Mingi looked around and said, "Looks like it's about to start." In the blink of an eye, Seo-jun had already grabbed his weapon and stepped forward, his heart filled with determination. For the past 2 weeks, he had trained with the goal of reaching 30% progress in the Chiron and Xiangyu lessons. Even though he didn't feel a direct increase in strength or anything like that, he could clearly sense the difference between 19% and 20%, much more than between 20 and 21%. He recalled his training sessions and thought about how his lack of real combat experience compared to other cadets was compensated by dungeon raids and duels with Seo-yun. The next moment, Seo-jun clenched his fists tightly with resolve. Whether it was monster hunting or one-on-one dueling, it made no difference to him. The loudspeaker outside began to echo again, announcing, "The first event is..." He stepped forward confidently with a smile and thought to himself, $100,000, wait for me, I'm coming soon. Suddenly, the announcement continued, "Dungeon Maze Race." Hearing that, Seo-jun froze for a moment and muttered, "Maze." The system interface popped up, updating his lesson progress. Chiron lesson progress, 31.7%. Siddhartha Gautama lesson progress, 6.8%. Xiangyu lesson progress, 33.4%. The referee's announcement echoed through the lively arena. The first round of the tournament will now begin. In the crowd, Manhwa waved toward Ray and called out, "Senior, over here." Ray frowned in irritation and replied, "Why did you pick a seat in the corner like this?" Suddenly, he accidentally bumped into Seo-yun, who was standing beside him. "Oh no, I'm so sorry." She quickly waved her hand dismissively and said, "It's fine." Curious, Manhwa asked what happened. "Is she someone you know?" Ray shook his head and answered flatly, "No, she just looks like someone," while his eyes stayed fixed on the arena below. "So, what's the first round about?" Manhwa quickly explained, "The first round of the tournament is a dungeon maze race. Attacking other cadets is prohibited. Other than escaping the maze, there's no specific goal." Hearing that, Ray looked puzzled. Finding a way out is a necessary skill for hunters, or are they testing hunters' intuition? Even if it's the lowest level tournament, would they really make a maze so simple that you could escape it by luck alone? Manhwa observed the scene below carefully and analyzed, there are probably monsters inside the maze, and defeating them might help the participants find clues to escape, or maybe even lead them to the exit. He concluded, this could be one of the most important skill tests for a hunter during a dungeon raid. Ray rested his chin on his hand, thinking deeply. Also, the cadets this time seem pretty skilled, don't they? Before he could continue, Manhwa suddenly shouted, "Senior, look at that screen." Down below, Jun Hwan was slashing through monsters one after another with skillful, precise movements. His eyes were calm, and his breathing steady. Ray smiled with interest and praised, "Impressive. That kind of movement can't belong to an ordinary cadet. He's on a whole different level." Manhwa beside him gawked in awe and exclaimed, "Even a layman like me can tell that guy's amazing. Who is he?" Ray replied, "That's Lee Jun Hwan. You could say he's the champion of this tournament." Hearing that, Seo-yun, who stood nearby, froze slightly. Lee Jun Hwan. She clenched her hands nervously and looked down at the arena, wondering, why is he here? Her anxious reaction caught Ray's attention. "I'm sure I've seen her somewhere before." Startled, Seo-yun quickly turned away and covered her face. "Oh no, not good. I can't let anyone recognize me as the Sword Saint's granddaughter. Otherwise I won't be able to watch in peace." Deep down, she worried, "I wonder if Seo-jun is doing all right." Meanwhile, Seo-jun's trembling hands gripped his spear tightly. Pointing the tip forward, he analyzed, "Just as I thought. They're not going to let us destroy the walls." He swung the spear lightly in his hand, thinking, "Guess I'll just have to do it the normal way." If I'd known this would happen, I would have watched a lecture about Theseus. With that, Seo-jun began to move, his hand brushing against the wall as he walked, calm and unafraid. "If I can use the power that can move mountains twice, I should be able to destroy this wall." According to Seo Jun, Theseus was a hero from Greek and Roman mythology who controlled the Minotaur and escaped the labyrinth. He told himself, maybe I can learn a trick or two to get out of this maze. Suddenly, his eyes stopped as he noticed something unusual. He examined the walls in front of him and thought, a fork in the path. Quickly stepping closer to the junction, he looked around carefully. If I just follow the most basic rule of maze navigation. Uneasy, he glanced back cautiously, muttering, turning left like this. What is this feeling? This strange sensation, what is it? His eyes darted around the space in confusion. I don't know what it is, or why I feel it. He turned toward one of the maze forks, hesitating. Instead of going left like he first intended, he suddenly felt he should go the opposite way. Could this be the sixth sense, the intuition mentioned in Chiron's lecture? After pondering for a while, Seo Jun carefully approached, studying his surroundings with suspicion. Every step he took was cautious and alert. I don't know anymore. He scratched his head, trying to reassure himself. I'll just trust my instincts. The system interface appeared, displaying progress updates. Chiron lecture progress, Siddhartha Gautama lecture progress, Xiang Yu lecture progress. As he ventured deeper inside, he frowned, puzzled. Strange. Outside, the announcer's voice echoed through the arena. Cadet Joe Suckman from the Scar Academy has been eliminated. Seo Jun blinked in surprise. From the sound of the announcements, it seemed other cadets were encountering monsters and fighting. He walked around in confusion. But why is there nothing around me? Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. My intuition even avoids monsters. If that's true, then maybe when I reach 100%, I could learn transformation magic, or even see the future. Like predicting my opponent's move 3 seconds before it happens. Just as he began to feel excited, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Hey! Seo Jun froze and steadied himself. An illusion, no way. But Mingi's voice came again, filled with urgency. Be careful, okay? Did you hear that just now? You never know when or where a monster might appear. With no other choice, Seo Jun nodded casually. I know. Deep down, he sighed. Who would have thought going right would lead me to this guy? Mingi looked at him with admiration and said, even if I didn't need a monster, at least I met a person. How did you end up coming from that direction? Then, looking around nervously, Mingi continued, but you seemed so confident earlier. Do you know something? Seo Jun shook his head and explained, no, I just walk wherever I feel like. Hearing that, Mingi gawked in shock. That kind of walking will get you in danger, you know? I know how to escape a maze, so I'll take the lead from now on. He placed his hand on the wall confidently. Do you know the left hand or right hand method? If you keep following the left wall, even the most complicated maze becomes easy to solve. But Seo Jun, uninterested in listening, immediately refused. Too slow. I'll follow my instincts. How long are you planning to wander around? Mingi blinked, confused. Then you'll definitely get lost. Seo Jun sighed and suggested, then we should split up. Wait, why are you even following me in the first place? Mingi quickly adjusted his glasses and declared proudly, because we're comrades, sharing the same hardships. Seo Jun blinked in disbelief. What? Mingi scratched his head awkwardly and smiled. It's because I joined this tournament alone, and from what I saw, you're also alone. Seo Jun stood silent, realizing. So that's why he talked to me in the waiting room. Mingi went on, making Seo Jun even more puzzled. I figured weak people should stick together, right? Seo Jun thought to himself, weak? Me? Well, from the outside, I guess I don't look that strong either. Mingi, still excited, added, since you've been training so hard on your own, I'll show you something really interesting. He took out a picture and held it up in front of Seo Jun. Cute, right? That is my little sister. Seo Jun coldly grabbed his weapon, turned around, and wanted to leave. I do not know who she looks like, but she is really cute. I am leaving. Mingi tried to cling on, crying out, wait, but Seo Jun firmly refused. I do not want to. He looked troubled, forcing an awkward smile. This guy clings like a leech. People like us need to stick together if we want to get out of here. Below, Mingi was still hugging his leg, pleading, "Do not be like that. Let us go together." In his mind, Seo Jun thought, well, even if he is an awakener, he must still feel scared and anxious being in a place like this alone, especially if he is young. Mingi stood up, grabbed his sword with a worried face. It is dangerous to go alone. Seo Jun was still lost in thought. This guy may talk a lot, but he did explain a few things in the waiting room. Still no matter how young, he is still a contestant and a competitor. $100,000 are waiting for me. Thinking so, he turned back toward Mingi with a tired face. You keep talking by yourself, but did your sister and parents come to cheer for you? Suddenly, Mingi's reply made Seo Jun freeze. My parents are dead. I only have my little sister left. Immediately, painful memories from the past flashed through Seo Jun's mind. He fell silent, gripping his weapon tightly. A feeling of guilt rose inside him, and he spoke without thinking, making things heavier. Seeing that, Mingi hurriedly waved it off in embarrassment. I am sorry, that was a long time ago. I just wanted to say my sister is too young to come see me. At that moment, Seo Jun cut in. You are right, comrades in hardship. He regained his confident look, nodded slightly, and said, if you want to follow, then follow. He pointed at himself and warned, and let me tell you first, the champion's prize money is mine, so there is no team outside of that. For a moment, Mingi stood frozen, not understanding, watching his every step. Then he suddenly ran after him, shouting, hey, let us go together. Mingi's face was shocked. What kind of speed is that? Up ahead, Seo Jun teased. You are the one who said you would follow me. Mingi kept running at full speed, shouting, let us go together. He panted, saying each word, I get it, but you cannot just walk wherever you feel like that. In his heart, Mingi was astonished. What is this? He does not even hesitate. He is too confident walking forward with no purpose. Inside, he cried to himself, it is like he already knows the way. That cannot be. Suddenly, Seo Jun stopped. Mingi, following close behind, was surprised. A dead end. I have not even caught up yet. He called out, Seo Jun. Hearing that, Seo Jun did not answer. He only placed his hand on the wall, feeling it carefully. Here. The wall in front of him suddenly turned into a door, which he pushed open before Mingi could even react. What are you doing? Mingi said, but his words froze as his eyes widened in shock. The referee's announcement echoed. The first person to clear the maze appeared. Clear time, 27 minutes and 12 seconds, beating the previous record of 1 hour, 4 minutes and 34 seconds. The crowd immediately erupted, shouting, a new record. Someone cleared it already. No way. Who is it? Lee Jun Hwan. But Mingi was confused inside. How the hell did this even happen? I just happened to meet Seo Jun, and I only wanted to cooperate to get out of the maze together. On the big screen, the race results appeared. Round 1 results. Rank 1, Kim Seo Jun, 27 minutes 12 seconds. Rank 2, Lee Mingi, 27 minutes 8 seconds. Rank 3, Lee Jun Hwan, 1 hour 8 minutes 7 seconds. The crowd immediately buzzed with chatter. Did you hear? The first place finished in only 27 minutes. How is that even possible? Which academy is he from? I checked. It says Dream Academy, but I have never heard of that academy before. Dream Academy. A cadet from some no-name school got first place. Kim Seo Jun. Maybe he is one of those rich kids with powerful parents. Mingi sat beside him in silence, tense and speechless. How did it end up like this? The murmurs around continued non-stop. What a surprise. I thought Lee Jun Hwan would definitely take first place. Who would have thought he'd end up third? Seo Jun did not care at all, sighing to himself, too noisy. I couldn't even focus on the lecture. Suddenly, Jun Hwan walked up to him with an unpleasant look on his face. Seo Jun looked at him in surprise. The air grew strangely quiet. Lee Jun Hwan. He wondered silently, what is this? Does he have something to say to me? Why is he looking me up and down like that? Jun Hwan remained silent, his expression darkening by the second. Then, without warning, Jun Hwan turned around and walked away, leaving behind a scornful remark, "Is that all you've got?" He boldly declared before the crowd, "He just got lucky, that's all." The others quickly joined in. Of course, how could someone from such a no-name academy be that good? "I'm so jealous, I want to get lucky like that too." Hearing that, Seo Jun let out a quiet sigh of relief. Well, I guess that's the end of the lesson. I was wondering what he was planning to do. The crowd kept laughing and mocking, so jealous of his luck. Suddenly, someone rushed in from outside and shouted. Everyone gathered around. An employee entered holding a sheet of paper. "I will now announce the contents for round 2. He explained slowly. "The second round will be in a one-on-one duel format. Since this is a level 4 tournament, to maintain fairness, all weapons must not contain mana. If they do, the participant will be disqualified. However, body enhancement using mana is allowed." "Oh my god," Dakshul muttered beside him. "What a convenient rule for some people." The staff continued. "Also, if the referee determines that a cadet is unable to continue fighting, we will forcibly end the match. Please keep this in mind." Seo Jun calmly thought it over. 32 people passed the first round. A one-on-one match starting with 32 participants is normal. Thinking that, Seo Jun hid behind a corner and observed, "I will come back after things calm down." Suddenly a voice came from ahead. "What is this bracket about?" Seo Jun turned her gaze toward the crowd. Over there, a group of people were shouting at the receptionist. "Didn't you say there were 32 people who passed round 1? How the hell does the elimination round start from the semifinals? Because of what? Everyone just forfeited." They started discussing among themselves. "Now there's nothing interesting left, and betting too." Hearing that, Seo Jun felt confused. "Betting?" The receptionist helplessly tried to persuade them. "Well then, I think you should quit too because Lee Jun Hwan will win the championship anyway." The others stubbornly argued back. "Maybe that's true, but the odds are too low. No one would be stupid enough to bet on any other cadet." As soon as the words ended, beside them, a mysterious voice suddenly spoke up. $1 million for Kim Seo Jun. The receptionist and the others were startled and shouted, "What? Are you serious?" The receptionist hurriedly explained, "Sir, that guy is just a lucky brat. He's from an unknown academy called Dream Academy." Seo Jun, standing outside, was astonished, not realizing yet, who is that person? Looking at the mysterious cloaked figure in front of her, she wondered, who in the world is that? Back to Seo Jun, at this moment he was extremely bored, thinking things got dull so quickly. A moment earlier, a contestant had raised his hand and said, "I forfeit." Seo Jun repeated in surprise, "Forfeit." Mingi sitting next to him whispered, "I heard that in a level 4 tournament, that kind of thing is quite common." The crowd once again began to chatter. "Anyway, only the top cadets will win. Did you hear? Lee Jun Hwan lost his temper and doesn't care about the competition at all. He'll keep hitting until his opponent is half dead. I would never want to fight him, even if it's just a match. If we get hurt, who will take responsibility? This is only a level 4 competition. Not worth it." They glanced over at both Dakshul and Chulman. "Besides, this time there are too many strong people. Honestly, if we continue, we'll just be stepping stones for the big academies." The morale of the remaining contestants immediately dropped. It's better to just quit. Right after that, countless participants stepped forward. "I quit too." "Me too." They cursed and then left the room. Damn it. Things were clearly going well at first. "Fine, I forfeit." And in the end almost everyone forfeited, leaving only 5 people. Dakshul stood in the middle of the room with a mocking grin. Young people these days really have no endurance at all. In round 2 Lee Jun Hwan will face Lee Mingi, and Lee Chulman received a bye. Seo Jun glanced at Mingi who was tense. "I already placed first in round 1, so if I also place first in round 2 and make the final, does that automatically make me the overall champion?" he asked. "Why are you shaking so much?" Mingi immediately burst into tears shouting, "Are you not afraid? The tournament is about to start." He shook Seo Jun and pleaded, "Besides, your opponent is Lee Jun Hwan, you know." Seo Jun closed his eyes and let Mingi complain. "I think you look full of energy." He smiled to encourage him. You're scared of losing before even starting. However, Mingi still lacked confidence. He already knew the result without fighting. Seo-jun had no choice but to advise, then you forfeit. Mingi suddenly stood up to do so about that. But in the end he slumped back down, shaking his head. I can't do it. At that moment a staff member entered announcing, Cadet Kim Seo-jun, Cadet Kang Dukchul. Preparation time is over. The named cadets please proceed to the arena. Before leaving, Seo-jun gave Mingi a small smile and said, if you don't forfeit then fight hard. What if you win? As soon as he finished, Mingi suddenly grabbed his hand. Seo-jun looked puzzled at him. He seemed to be waiting for something. Mingi stammered, aren't you worried at all? Seo-jun smiled confidently. Not worried at all. If I had to say something, then how much exp is he worth? Mingi asked curiously, what does that mean? Seo-jun smiled and walked off. I'll be back soon. Wait for me $1,000. Amid the noisy arena, the referee's voice rose. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you have been waiting for has arrived. The 63rd Academy Tournament second round. After all the trash washed away, only the strongest remain. Let me introduce the cadets preparing to enter the first match. Seo-jun stepped forward and waved during the introduction. The one who set a new record in the dungeon maze, catching 0 monsters. Is this skill or luck? The cadet full of mystery. In his heart he was eager. What a good way to point out that everyone else forfeited. He wondered if Miss Seo-yun was watching. While the referee continued speaking, Seo-jun instinctively glanced to the side, and his opponent Dukchul from the arena below roared arrogantly, your luck has ended. The referee introduced, tricks and cheating are useless before absolute strength. I will grind you to dust. The giant Jang Dukchul of Gotchery Academy. Dukchul grinned aggressively. You got through round 1. Finally you meet me here. He was arrogant. In other words, the reason you were unlucky enough to pass round 1 was because you had to face me here. Seo-jun calmly replied with provocation. Is that so? We'll see which one of us is really unlucky. Hearing that, Dukchul's expression changed. His face darkened as he gritted his teeth in anger. At the same time, the referee announced, now we will begin the first match of round 2 of this tournament. The match begins. As soon as the signal ended, Dukchul charged forward without hesitation, shouting, I'll make you regret speaking so freely. Facing him, Seo-jun's expression didn't change at all. He didn't even move. Mingi sat in the waiting room watching the match intently. He looked up at the screen, worried. The match had started. Will Seo-jun win? Then Mingi glanced toward Jun Hwan sitting beside him. No, this isn't the time to worry about someone else. He carefully observed the tension radiating from him, because in the next round he would have to fight Jun Hwan. Suddenly Seo-jun's voice echoed in Mingi's head. You're scared of losing before even starting. If you don't forfeit, then fight with all you've got. What if you win? His trembling hands clenched tightly as he cursed, damn it. Mingi sank into uncertain thoughts. Not only Jun Hwan, but Dukchul and Lee Chulman were all representatives of well-known academies. How could cadets from unknown academies like theirs compare? Just as he was about to collapse in despair, at least earlier, during the battle between Dukchul and Seo-jun, he charged forward intending to strike a fatal blow with his axe. However, Seo-jun swiftly dodged it, and the referee's voice rang out, exactly as expected from Cadet Dukchul, incredible strength. The referee analyzed the fight, but Cadet Seo-jun easily avoided his attacks. It seemed he was relying on more than just luck. In contrast to the praise, Dukchul's face was full of confusion as he wondered who this guy was. He was frantically charged but could not touch Seo-jun. I've been attacking non-stop, completely out of breath. Yet he keeps dodging as if nothing. Why are my attacks ineffective? Frustrated, Dukchul gathered his mana and leapt up, intending to deliver a powerful strike. Let's see if you can dodge this. Suddenly, Seo-jun casually flicked his hand and sent Dukchul's axe flying. The axe embedded in the ground, astonishing both the audience and Dukchul. He collapsed helplessly to the ground, his face drained of color. The referee shouted, incredible, contrary to everyone's expectations. This match was decided in the blink of an eye. Dakshul, still trembling, could hardly believe it. I lost. The match screen immediately displayed the result. The winner was Kim Seo-jun from Dream Academy. Dakshul sat on the ground questioning himself, in a battle of strength. However, the victory did not bring joy, only a feeling of disappointment. The system displayed a notification. Chiron lecture progress increased by 1%, 32.7%. Siddhartha Gautama lecture progress increased by 0.1%, 6.9%. Hang Vu lecture progress increased by 1.5%, 34.9%. Seo-jun hurried into the waiting room, thinking the progress only increased by that much. I hoped it would increase more if I fought the other cadets, and moreover, most cadets defended themselves, reducing the number of fights. The system panel reported free pass time remaining 52 days. He calculated tensely. The remaining days for the free pass are decreasing. What should I do? At this rate, I won't be able to complete not only Siddhartha, but also Chiron and Hang Vu. After some thought, Seo-jun made a decision. I'll go broke if I buy a weapon and repurchase the free pass. I have no choice but to win that prize money. Suddenly Mingi's voice called out to him. Seo-jun curiously asked, "What's wrong with Mingi? Why are you so upset?" Mingi eagerly approached, praising, "I watched your fight. I didn't think you were that strong." Seo-jun, not modest, teased, "Did I ever say I was weak?" Mingi nodded in agreement. "You're right." He continued in awe, "Amazing, it's really amazing." Suddenly, a staff member entered to announce, "The second match is ready. Please come out when I call your names." He called out Cadet Lee Mingi, Cadet Lee Jun H1. Jun H1 briskly stepped forward and bumped Mingi's shoulder, mocking, moving aside, insect. Seo-jun followed his steps with his eyes. Mingi's whole body trembled as he whispered, "Do you remember what I said about how we're alike in the maze?" He recounted, "I don't know why, but from the moment I saw you, I felt a sense of familiarity toward you, and because of that, when you defeated Dakshul, I felt as happy as if I were the one who won. But I also felt jealous." Mingi's voice was full of self-doubt. "I'm unlucky, I have no talent, and I'm not as strong as you." As he finished speaking, the staff announcement cut in, "Cadet Lee Mingi." Mingi flinched and replied, "Yes, I'm coming." Seo-jun stood there encouragingly, "Do your best," and Mingi quickly nodded and left. "Yes." Watching his figure, Seo-jun smiled proudly. The large screen outside the arena appeared, and Seo-jun thought, "See you in the finals." Stepping onto the arena floor, Mingi tried to calm himself. "I can do this, I can do this." Jun H1 stood across, clicking his tongue in annoyance and mocking. "Why do you keep babbling so annoyingly?" Inside, he thought irritably, "Everything tires me out. I feel ashamed being forced to participate in this ridiculous match." At that moment, the referee stepped up to explain the rules once again before the match began. Jun H1 scanned Mingi's face for a while and wondered, "Is this kid my opponent?" His gaze sharpened, full of murderous intent, carefully observing Mingi's entire body. Moments later, Jun H1 frowned indifferently. "I can tell without even fighting." In his eyes, Mingi was like a young deer, prey, a useless bastard only fit to be eaten, a creature at the bottom of the food chain. And Jun H1 himself was a hungry tiger, to a predator like him. Mingi was no different from a blade of grass. He darkened his face in disdain. This guy only got here by luck. He should know his place. Thinking this, Jun H1 drew his weapon confidently. "I should have ranked first in both rounds 1 and 2 of this competition. That would be normal, because I am on a completely different level compared to the trash participating in this farce. But," facing his terrifying presence, Mingi, though trembling all over, tried to hold his sword and look straight ahead. Jun H1, irritated, cursed silently. "Lord, this lowly mosquito thinks it can win." He hastily urged, "Hey referee, when can we start?" The referee stood calmly. "It will be announced soon." Very quickly, the signal sounded. "Now, the second match of round 2 begins." Mingi tensed, looking ahead and trying to calm himself. "I can do this, just like Seo-jun." In contrast, Jun H1 coldly lowered his face. No need to show off in this ridiculous competition. As soon as the signal started, Jun H1 lunged forward like a blade. I will finish this in a blink. Against his relentless attacks, Mingi could only defend with his sword, retreating backward. The voice of the referee commentary rose. As expected from Lee Jun H1, he immediately unleashed streams of attacks that were fast and precise. On the other hand, Cadet Mingi seemed to be in a difficult situation. He might not be able to hold out for long. Jun H1 was. The referee relentlessly pushed the match into tension. Cadet Mingi collapsed in pain. Could this be the end of the fight? Mingi struggled to prop himself up. I'm going to lose. He immediately realized, this is not a matter of whether I can win or not. I cannot compare to him. Mingi helplessly let Jun H1 advance closer. I really can't do anything, even though I told myself I would become a brother my sister could be proud of. I want to be strong like Seo Jun Hyung. Thinking this, Mingi suddenly regained his spirit, like Seo Jun Hyung. Moments later, he sprang to his feet to the astonishment of everyone. Cadet Mingi was standing up. Mingi gripped his sword tightly. Just once, if only once, it's fine. He quickly lunged forward to approach Jun H1, even though this might be as easy as turning one's hand for him. Mingi's sword quickly neared Jun H1. I wanted my attack to reach him. Kang, a sound rang out, and the arena fell silent once more. On the arena floor, Mingi lay collapsed. The referee announced, there will be no overturn. The winner is Lee Jun H1 of Revenant Academy. The spectators nearby murmured in admiration, as expected of Lee Jun H1. He is truly invincible. Jun H1 is on a level that shouldn't even be participating in this competition. Jun H1 remained silent and did not speak. He may be an arrogant bastard, but he has the skill to back it up. A trickle of blood ran down his face. Jun H1 was slightly stunned as he looked at Mingi lying on the ground. It touched me. His eyes immediately filled with murderous intent, cursing, "You damn bug." Thinking this, Jun H1 then heard the surrounding people talking. Is he trying to act cool after defeating that guy? I guess Jun H1 isn't just that. Such a pity, an elite. He turned his back and left the arena. Hey, referee, I'm heading to the fortress. The referee asked curiously, what do you mean? As soon as the words ended, Jun H1 suddenly lunged and kicked Mingi straight in the head in anger. He shouted curses, I can't stand these jokes here anymore. The reason this match became a circus is because of you letting these idiots in. That's why you're only level 4. The referee hurriedly stopped him. Cadet Lee Jun H1. What is this? The match is over. If you continue, we will have to intervene. Jun H1 did not stop and tried to go to Mingi, responding, continue what? I said I was defending. Why are you not angry? Look at these fools joking around. Still trying to become hunters or what? He used his dirty feet to stomp on poor unconscious Mingi's face on the ground. Jun H1's harsh voice was aimed straight at Mingi. Crawl up then, know your place. He was about to say more, scum like he should, when suddenly Seo Jun dashed in to attack and cut him off. His face darkened and his voice filled with rage. I was waiting here. After all, we were supposed to face each other in the finals, but I changed my mind. Seo Jun growled threateningly at Jun H1 in the middle of the arena, getting off. Jun H1, not yet understanding, asked again, and Seo Jun continued without hesitation. Get your filthy foot off. Jun H1 did not listen, even stamping harder on Mingi's head, like this, huh? He used a provocative tone to anger Seo Jun. What if I don't? Seo Jun said nothing more and immediately thrust his spear forward, causing Jun H1 to be pushed back. Seo Jun sat down and helped Mingi up, asking, are you okay, Mingi? Still conscious? Jun H1 in front sneered, truly a touching story among lowly insects. Mingi, still faint, weakly called out, Seo Jun Hyun. Seo Jun furiously questioned Jun H1. What's so fun about looking down on others like that? He stared at him and asked, what's wrong with you? Why do you always have to trample on others? Jun H1 casually mocked you. You really didn't know, so you asked. It's simple. I just don't like insects that don't know their place. Seo Jun frowned and argued back. That doesn't mean they can't have dreams. Jun Hwan laughed mockingly and retorted, "What did you say, dreams? I didn't know there were still people talking about such airy-fairy things nowadays." He deliberately provoked, meaning just work hard and you can achieve anything. In the stands, the spectators murmured, "This is chaos, why don't the organizers do anything?" Seo Jun did not yield and argued back, "Why not?" In a dark corner, some staff also argued among themselves. He said, "Why not stop them? We should intervene. I don't understand either. But this is an order from above. From now on, just observe from outside." At the same time, the person in the black cloak from earlier had overheard everything. Seo-yoon stood in the stands, worried, clutching her hands and whispering, "Seo Jun." Jun Hwan smirked contemptuously and aggressively, "Bastard. I didn't think you could be this stupid. Hey, let me teach you a lesson. This is a world where the strong win, understand? Only by defeating others can you survive. There's no place for dreamers here. Here there is only victory and defeat." Hearing this, Seo Jun's eyes widened in utter shock. Jun Hwan's voice still echoed in his ears, "This world is like that, you fool." Seo Jun thought to himself, "The truth is, I once thought like Jun Hwan." He recalled his own past, enduring 9 years to become a super-level hunter, facing reality countless times. He had once been someone with nothing, no talent, no money, seemingly incapable of achieving anything. No matter how hard he worked, it was only enough to survive, unable to improve, no matter how much effort, always miserable. He had asked himself hundreds of times what would have happened if he had quit and done something else. Thinking this, Seo Jun instructed the staff, "Take care of Mingi for me." He stood up with a thought deep in his heart. Fear can restrain, make you doubt yourself. The number of times you ask yourself if you can do it is countless. These thoughts ran through Seo Jun's mind, and that is why many people dare not face reality. But then he stepped forward and spoke, "So what?" The hollow expression on Seo Jun's face slowly articulated each word. "That is not something you can treat like trash and insult." As soon as Seo Jun finished speaking, he immediately charged straight at Jun. Behind him, the referee hurriedly intervened. "Contestant Seo Jun, that is violent behavior and against the rules." Ignoring the referee's demand to stop, his steps continued, his weapon spinning in multiple directions. Faced with Seo Jun's attitude, Jun Hwan casually sighed in exasperation. He bared his teeth in a smug, disdainful grin, ridiculous indeed. At the same time, Jun Hwan's blade came up to block the powerful strike from Seo Jun. He cursed, "You damn cockroach." Seo Jun responded sternly, "Same to you." Jun Hwan then forcefully pushed, causing Seo Jun to lose momentum and fly backward. Seconds later, Jun Hwan aggressively seized the opportunity, charging forward with his sword. They exchanged blows like this, strike after strike across the arena. Seo Jun gritted his teeth against the attacks, thinking, "This guy is strong, that's why everyone values him, but I can't lose, not now." Jun Hwan's eyes were filled with murderous intent, each strike fierce and unrelenting. Seo Jun closed his eyes to regain composure, telling himself, "Don't think like that. You don't have time for such thoughts. Just go with the flow, move based on instinct." Immediately after, Seo Jun quickly spun and thrust his spear straight into Jun Hwan, leaving him stunned. Jun Hwan's eyes widened in shock as he stared at him. Seo Jun then leapt back into a defensive stance. The referee nearby tried to advise, "What is this? Both of you, stop." But before he could finish, Jun Hwan cut him off, "Don't interfere." He seethed inside, "I am a predator, a hunting animal." He stared at Seo Jun's cold face. "Why do I feel that familiar gaze in an insect like him?" Thinking this, Jun Hwan smiled with hidden meaning, teeth clenched in rage, saying foolish, unrealistic things is easy. In the blink of an eye, he charged up close to Seo Jun. "But can you yourself stand up and..." Jun Hwan rushed forward and swung with immense force, shattering the ground and rocks around him. He stared at Seo Jun in surprise. How did he block that? Immediately after, Jun Hwan continued lunging forward with multiple strikes, Was it just in my imagination? He carefully observed every movement in Seo Jun's technique. Jun Hwan realized that after blocking one of his attacks, Seo Jun seemed to grow even stronger, like witnessing a monster. Seo Jun's spear thrust caught Jun Hwan off guard, unable to react in time. Both of them were struck simultaneously, each letting out a cry of pain. They immediately recoiled from each other. Jun Hwan cursed in disbelief. Damn it, I was pushed back by this damn guy. His face flushed with rage as he concentrated mana and drew his sword. Never. Seo Jun quickly noticed his action. A sword of energy. If he didn't control his mana properly, he would never win. Security staff rushed over. Damn it, stop him, stop, Jun Hwan. He didn't listen and stubbornly shouted, I'll kill you. Seo Jun realized he had to run. This is the best way. However, his feet didn't move. But why? His mind told him to run, yet he didn't want to. He only felt that if he ran, everything he had built up until now would be wasted. Hang Vu's voice suddenly echoed in Seo Jun's mind, the trust of the state of Chu. He appeared in his mind and spoke calmly. I once told you about this song of Chu, right? A disciple once asked me why every time I went to battle, I leapt straight into the enemy. They asked what would happen if the battle was predetermined. Seo Jun stood silently listening to Hang Vu's words as Jun Hwan charged forward. That's right, when the outcome is determined, defeat, there is no path to survival. Though I didn't want to admit it, it was the first time I felt fear. The thing I feared most was my own failure. Yet, I still fought to the end. Do you know why? He instinctively gripped his spear tightly, because of what I must do. Kid, if you know beforehand that you will fail, trust yourself and fight to the end. Hang Vu fought, capable of moving mountains and filling seas. If you don't trust yourself, you cannot defeat anyone, and defeat. And that is the most reckless fighting spirit. The one who embodies it can become a sovereign. In Seo Jun's mind, Hang Vu's encouraging voice echoed. A powerful surge of mana rose around him, moving mountains and shaking the seas. Seo Jun immediately gripped his spear with determination and charged forward. Seeing his changed attitude, Jun Hwan ground his teeth in anger. He shouted, Don't make me laugh. I am the true predator, the one who devours all lowly creatures like you. The two of them closed in on each other despite everyone's attempts to stop them. Jun Hwan aggressively charged, cursing, Die, you bastard. Seo Jun matched him without hesitation, stepping forward with his weapon. Their weapons collided rapidly, creating a powerful shockwave. A blinding light spread across the arena, covering the stands. As the smoke gradually cleared, the security staff sat down in fear. Peering through the thick smoke, people whispered, Damn it, the smoke is so thick I can't see anything. Who won? On the arena floor, Seo Jun's figure slowly emerged. At that moment, Jun Hwan had collapsed to the ground. Seo Jun struggled to hold his spear, body trembling from exhaustion. Jun Hwan was unconscious, coughing up blood on the floor. The cheers of everyone immediately erupted to celebrate Seo Jun's victory. Each shout rang out, Kim Seo Jun, Kim Seo Jun. Seoyun sat in the stands with her mouth agape in astonishment. Oh my god! She could not hide her surprise, thinking to herself, just 2 weeks ago he was struggling to fight with the mana-infused sword, and now he can already produce spear energy. Seoyun's eyes were filled with disbelief. Seo Jun. Suddenly a trembling voice spoke up, Impossible. Seoyun quickly realized that he was the person she had seen at the betting center earlier, the one in the black cloak still exclaiming, How could this be? Seorin, unable to hide his surprise, took off his cloak and shouted loudly, Impossible. Seoyun glanced over in confusion, thinking to herself, I am surprised too, but his reaction is a bit much, acting as if some ancient natural law had just been broken. Suddenly she seemed to realize, that's right, thinking back now. Seoyun quickly turned her head in question. Didn't he bet that Seo Jun would win? However, when she turned back, Seorin was no longer there. He was gone. The evening light gradually descended, and Seo Jun walked solemnly along the path. His face was filled with sorrow, as if something had happened. It turned out that earlier the competition staff had informed Seo Jun that he was ineligible. The staff explained, although the actions of Cadet Jun H1 were excessive, he had already been disqualified from the tournament. And Seo Jun had intervened even though it was not an official match. The referee had given many warnings, but he ignored them. They informed Seo Jun that his actions clearly violated the rules, and he could only remain silent and accept it. He said correctly, "But why didn't the organizers stop it before I could intervene?" Thinking this, Seo Jun spoke cautiously, "I know, and I was prepared for this when I intervened. More importantly, what will happen to Jun H1 now?" The staff explained again. Cadet Jun H1 is of course also ineligible, even though he had been disqualified. They said his use of sword energy clearly showed an intention to kill his opponent. He may not be prosecuted, but the association will ban him from participating in the Super Hunter exam for the next 5 years. In the end, by default, Lee Chulman won the tournament, Mingi placed second, and Dukchul somehow reached third place. At that moment Chulman was extremely satisfied. Fortunately, he won without lifting a finger, truly a real victory. Seo Jun sighed regretfully while checking his phone, probably okay because the speed of his learning process had increased a lot. He calculated in his mind. The speed of his learning process had soared after fighting Jun H1. The system screen displayed notifications. The learning process speed of teacher Chiron increased by 15%, 48.7%. The learning process, Seo Jun pondered, notably Hang Vu's speed had exceeded 50%. He recalled the battle in his mind, now reflecting. The strange energy he had felt earlier may have appeared because Hang Vu's learning process speed exceeded 50%. While Seo Jun was still absorbed in his phone, suddenly someone patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Let's see, I should study a new lesson. Everything will be easier if the learning process speed is higher." Seoyun ran over calling his name, Seo Jun. He startled and turned around, realizing it was Seoyun. She asked anxiously, "How is your body? Does it hurt anywhere?" Seo Jun quickly reassured her, "You see, I'm fine. I may look like this, but I'm very sturdy." Seoyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Seo Jun suddenly looked at her and spoke. "I'm sorry, Seoyun," she curiously asked. "About what?" He put on a disappointed expression and explained, "I should have won, but I intervened." Seoyun quickly waved her hand dismissively. "I thought you were talking about something else. Don't feel guilty. You don't need to apologize to me at all." She added, "Honestly, I was just worried if you were okay." Seo Jun froze in puzzlement. What if I wasn't okay? But Seoyun's reply left him stunned. "I thought you liked the prize money a lot, or am I wrong?" At that moment Seo Jun suddenly remembered and exclaimed regretfully, "Right?" Seoyun silently understood in her mind, so he had forgotten. Seo Jun kept holding his head and groaning, "The Longinus spear. What should I do? I also need to buy a few more free tickets for the lesson." Seoyun leaned in to ask, "By the way, what do you plan to do with that prize money?" Seo Jun replied with a weary tone, "I'm keeping an eye on a weapon, so I really want to buy it." Suddenly he stood up and waved it off. "Never mind." Seo Jun smiled contentedly. "If I say I'm not regretful it would be a lie, but I think I would have regretted more if I hadn't intervened." Hearing this, Seoyun remained silent for a while, seemingly lost in thought. Seo Jun scratched his head and smiled. "I'm sure the money issue will get resolved eventually." Seoyun encouraged him, "I think so too." Suddenly Mingi ran over from somewhere shouting, "Sir?" His whole body was covered in bandages as he waved. "Seo Jun, you." He recognized him. "Mingi." He panted heavily and asked, "What are you going to do now?" Seo Jun nodded in confirmation. "That's the plan." Hearing this, Mingi scratched his head. Hearing Mingi's question, Seo Jun fell silent for a moment, staring intently at Mingi's determined yet timid posture. He bowed his head slightly and sighed thoughtfully. After pondering for a long while, he finally responded, "It might be difficult. To be honest, Mingi's talent would fall far behind if he became a super hunter in today's era." In Seo Jun's heart, he admitted, "Of course, people often say that nothing is impossible if you try. But facing this world with only dreams and ideals is extremely harsh. Thinking this, he advised, so don't just focus on becoming a hunter. You can also excel at other things. There's no reason to be so disappointed. You're still very young. Mingi listened and forced a small smile in agreement. You're right. He scratched his head modestly. I'm not sad at all. I just came here to say a final goodbye. With that, Mingi turned away sadly and left. Thank you for everything. Suddenly Seo Jun spoke from behind him, but don't let anyone grasp your true feelings, whether it's me or anyone else. Don't let others say you can't. Seo Jun encouraged him. You lack talent. That's an undeniable fact. That's what people will say when they see you. They will say you can't do it. That's why you may never succeed. He sincerely reminded him, but always remember, other people's opinions about you are not reality. Mingi couldn't hold back his tears at Seo Jun's words. If you want to do something, then do it. Just knowing that is enough. He waved frantically in farewell. Sir, sometimes my sister and I will come visit you. Seo Yun, witnessing the scene, complimented. Seeing this side of him amazes me. Seo Jun scratched his head embarrassedly. I'm poking my nose into matters that aren't mine again. Seo Yun laughed playfully. But I think what you did just now was really cool. Now you have a fan. Seo Jun smiled in response. I think you're more suited to being a student than a fan. Suddenly Seo Jun spoke again. I should have seized the opportunity to introduce our academy to him. Seo Yun was startled and stunned, unable to respond, her gaze following Seo Jun's departing steps. In front of her, his figure suddenly brought a sense of familiarity. Seo Yun, touched, remarked, our academy. She cheerfully suggested, all right, since you've worked hard, I'll buy the weapon for you. Seo Jun exclaimed in surprise. Wait, really? Why all of a sudden? Seo Yun calmly explained, just consider it a scholarship. My grandfather often visits a manufacturing workshop. Let's go there. Seo Jun teased, I'll pick the most expensive one then. The two of them quickly made their way to Seo Yun's master. Suddenly, the sound of strong footsteps echoed down the corridor. Moonchol hurriedly stepped in, searching for the grandmaster here. The other disciples nodded in confirmation. Yes, but he said not to let anyone in because he is meditating. Moonchol stubbornly tried to push through. This is urgent. Tell him I am here. The remaining disciples tried to stop him, but it was too late. The door to the room was quickly pushed open by Moonchol. He knelt and reported, Grandmaster, it is me, Seo Moonchol, the Seo Moonchol constellation, bodyguard of the Sword Saint. In front of him, Minchol replied coldly, I thought when I ordered that no one was allowed in, everyone understood. His whole body radiated intense murderous anger. You dare to disregard my words? Moonchol was overwhelmed with pressure, unable to move, and hurriedly explained, Miss Seo Yun recently participated in the latest academy tournament. Hearing this, Minchol, inside Dream Academy, Seo Jun's counting echoed continuously. 4980, 4981. He held the practice sword in his hands, repeatedly raising and lowering it. Very quickly, Seo Jun completed the 5,000th repetition. He exhaled, wiping the sweat from his forehead, a daily task completed. Suddenly, Seo Jun felt Seo Yun staring at him with bullet-like eyes. Curious, he turned and asked, Miss Seo Yun, am I being glared at? Seo Yun smiled and waved it off. It's probably just your imagination. She reproached him. You wanted to change your equipment that badly, and then you went to the equipment shop I showed you, picky and choosy, and in the end bought nothing. At that time, Seo Jun had firmly refused. I thought I'd just keep using this. He hurriedly explained, I just felt that might have been a bit much. Seo Yun frowned and criticized, You're not the type to say no or care what others think. I bet you would have happily accepted it normally. Seo Jun was startled, thinking she reads me like a book. I'm not satisfied with ordinary weapons, especially after seeing those created by one of the transcendent beings. He thought to himself, karma after all. When he saw the price of the spear in the system, Seo Jun exclaimed, instead of buying a spear here, why don't I just take 20,000 in cash? What? Why is the price so high? I can't handle this. he speculated. It seems like it's the effect of karma if it wasn't truly earned through hard work. Damn it, it makes me scared to do anything at all. Xiaoyun stood beside him, arms crossed, and impatiently reminded him, I told you to buy it, opportunities don't come twice. She finished and glanced at Xiaojun cautiously. A moment later, Xiaoyun added, and one more thing I want to ask you. What is your mana training technique? Xiaojun asked in confusion. Mana training technique. Xiaoyun nodded. Yes, you need that to control mana. Looking at how you fought the monsters proves you can fully control mana, and judging by your performance in the tournament, it doesn't seem like a common technique. She wondered, but I've never seen you practice it. Xiaojun was startled, realizing he had never learned any mana training techniques. Mana training is a method that allows the user to control and use mana more effectively. But there are many types. Depending on efficiency, they are divided into high-level and low-level techniques. Every hunter has their own mana training technique, and some even have patents for them. Xiaojun calculated in his mind. That's why I tried so hard to enter a high-level school like this. Curious, he asked Xiaoyun, did you learn that technique at the Hunter Academy? Xiaoyun shook her head. No, it's strictly forbidden. Xiaojun forced a knowing smile, not surprising, otherwise that academy would be very famous by now. A moment later, Xiaoyun continued, instead, I teach a technique I invented myself. Xiaojun exclaimed loudly in surprise, what, you invented it yourself? Xiaoyun hummed in confirmation, yes, I'm also interested in teaching. She looked puzzled, why do you ask? Xiaojun scratched his head and stammered. Thaddy was just curious. In his heart he could not hide his amazement. He thought she had no talent, or that talent bar must belong to the level. Xiaojun gradually calmed down, realizing, but she is right. Training techniques are the basics for a hunter, and I felt the first difference between being able to use mana or not during the fight with Jun H1. He propped his chin and pondered. Now that I have free time to study, learning about mana seems like a good idea. Xiaoyun, standing beside him and not understanding what was happening, wondered, is this question really that difficult? Is he trying to smile or what? She turned and started walking away. If he doesn't want to answer, then fine, she thought, waving as she left. All right, keep training then. Xiaojun curiously called out, where are you going? Xiaoyun replied, I have some things to do. He smiled teasingly, things to do. I didn't expect you to have tasks too. Xiaoyun scolded angrily, are you serious? And anyway, remember to lock the door if you get home before I return. Xiaojun smiled kindly and waved, all right, don't worry. Suddenly he remembered, the question is, what should I study now? In his heart, Xiaojun agonized. When the mentor returns, he disappears when he's needed. Earlier, the mentor had instructed, when I return I will check your status. Outside, Xiaoyun blushed in embarrassment, wondering, do I really look like I have nothing to do? I know I've been quite free lately. Returning to Xiaojun's side, he was watching the explanation program of Archmage Merlin. Mana is what, in a harsh world ruled by karma? This is the way to rise and resist the laws of the world. That is mana. Once you have learned mana, you will be able to see the world, instructor, Archmage Merlin. Xiaojun was startled, making a grim face at the screen. Merlin continued, once you have learned mana, you will be able to see the world. When you complete this lesson, you will receive lesson S. Everyone understands, right? Easy, isn't it? Xiaojun sat on the ground feeling frustrated. I feel like I'm going insane in a way different from Buddha's lessons. After some teaching, Merlin announced, the explanation is complete. Now it's time for you to figure it out yourself. The system panel popped up with a notification, daily task, obtain 1,000 mana stones 0 1,000s. Xiaojun froze in confusion, this is a daily task too. Thinking, he stood up and brought his hands close together. I think I'll give it a try. Xiaojun gradually generated a halo of mana surrounding him. He tensed, thinking, this is thanks to the sense I learned from Chiron. It's not too difficult to feel and control mana. But this is really hard. I can sense it, but I can't form it into a solid shape. What should I do? Seo Jun recalled Merlin's earlier teaching. Use mana to connect the world in your mind with the physical world. You are using it to bring something from imagination into reality, transforming it into the physical as if following the... He quickly discovered that what was inside it was a mana stone. The small stone in his hand continuously emitted light. He gazed at it in astonishment as it gradually shrank within his palm. Seo Jun wondered, can this really count as a daily task? This is called a mana stone, my tiny, adorable mana stone. He fell silent, speculating, well, I guess I'll get better with practice over time. Suddenly, Minchul burst in from outside, shouting, you. Seo Jun turned confused, asking, Sir, are you? He quickly realized, isn't this the Sword Saint? Minchul frowned, thinking, I came to see who Seo Yun's new academy student is. He looked at the mana stone in Seo Jun's hand, and if he was not mistaken, it was a mana stone, a condensed form of mana, a very difficult creation. Seo Jun may be slow, but he truly is a genius. Minchul frowned tensely, wondering why such a genius would join this academy. His entire body radiated murderous intent. I ask you, who are you? Seo Jun froze and introduced himself. Hello, my name is Kim Seo Jun. He was surprised inwardly, amazed that Seo Yun's grandfather suddenly appeared here. Thinking this, he smiled and greeted me. I've only seen you on the internet. Seeing you in person is very different. Seo Jun curiously asked, did you come to see Seo Yun? Unfortunately, she just left for some matters. Minchul's eyes widened, shouting, what, Seo Yun? Seo Jun asked in confusion, Sir, didn't you come to see her? Minchul's expression darkened as he scrutinized him. Why are you still unharmed? Seo Jun replied in confusion. What do you mean, sir? Minchul explained. My murderous intent spreads. Unless you are an S-rank hunter, you would already be dead. Seo Jun looked around, wondering, murderous intent, does this affect me? Minchul clenched his fist and demanded, tell me, what are you doing here? Seo Jun nervously responded, what do you mean, sir? Minchul approached with his sword. A talent like you could be welcomed anywhere, so why did you approach Seo Yun? You'd better tell me the truth. His entire presence exuded fear and overwhelming murderous intent. Seo Jun, terrified, waved his hands and shouted, no, I think there's a misunderstanding. However, Minchul interrupted, I don't think you'll easily tell me. Seo Jun thought inwardly, this is dangerous. Just then, Minchul swung his sword straight down, making Seo Jun startle and hastily dodge. Minchul's expression did not change at all, completely indifferent, staring at Seo Jun. Seo Jun could only fearfully dodge the strikes, feeling helpless. Meanwhile, Seo Yun came looking for Minchul, but could not find him. What, isn't he here? She wondered when he returned. A servant shook his head. He said nothing. I think Counselor Seo would know. Should I call him? Seo Yun frowned, worried. I wanted to tell him about Seo Jun. Where did he go? Meanwhile, Minchul continued interrogating Seo Jun, speaking. Seo Jun could only hold his weapon and step back cautiously, defending against his murderous intent. What are you doing here? Seo Yun looked extremely panicked, unable to help blurting out, what, my grandfather isn't here. The servant quickly explained again and asked her, yes, he is currently away. Perhaps Mr. Seo knows where he went. Should I call him? Hearing this, Seo Yun frowned slightly, worried, this is bad. I wanted to keep this a secret as long as possible. But he's already competing in the academy tournament like this. I can't hide Seo Jun anymore. Then she silently made up her mind, if I have to face it anyway, I might as well confront the problem directly. Thinking this, Seo Yun asked the servant, then please ask Seo's bodyguard. Suddenly someone stepped forward and interrupted her. Miss Seo Yun. The person was Minchul. Seo Yun saw him and exclaimed, Seo's bodyguard. Minchul hurried over, saying, who would have thought to meet you at the main house? This is truly rare. Seeing the person she was looking for, Seo Yun said immediately, you arrived just in time. I was about to contact you. He asked curiously, contact me, for what? Then she began to speak. I came to see you. But Minchul, as if understanding, nodded slightly. He then delivered shocking news that made Seoyun pale. The headmaster has arrived at your academy, young lady. Like a thunderclap, she hurriedly ran off, leaving the two behind. The servant, puzzled, asked Moonchul, why did the young lady run off so quickly? As for Seoyun, she ran while scolding herself. I was too careless. I already knew he occasionally visits, but I didn't expect him to come so early. Seoyun frowned, silently affirming in her mind, no matter what, I cannot. The vision of Seo-jun and Minchul meeting appeared in her mind, imagining them being alone together. The truth was, they had already encountered each other. Seo-jun stared ahead in confusion. What is this? He focused on observing the sword in Minchul's hand, thinking, the scabbard. He swung the sword without even drawing it from the scabbard. Seo-jun tried to keep his distance, silently judging the intentions of the person before him. I think he wants to block me, not kill me. Only then did Minchul speak. Actually, who are you? Seo-jun hurriedly stood up, extending his hands, saying, I don't know why you are acting this way, but this is just a misunderstanding. Wait a moment. But he still did not let Seo-jun go. You not only use mana. Minchul slightly bowed his head, closed his eyes, and said, but also used moves like that. And you still say it is a misunderstanding. Then he swung his sword again towards Seo-jun. You really cheat and lie. After barely parrying one of Minchul's blows, he helplessly explained, I really do not know what Seoyun said. But please calm down, and, before the sentence finished, he was scolded back, you bastard. Seo-jun, full of grievance, thought, I have the feeling I said something wrong, but I do not know what it was. Looking at Minchul and seeing his eyes light up, he cursed inwardly. I would very much like to understand what state you are in, but it is all lies. I know for sure you have no intention of arranging a reconciliation. Then Seo-jun swallowed, inwardly abandoning negotiation by words. Fine, whatever. He stared at his opponent with vigilance. Clearly the man was not listening to him, and even though he spoke so, he did not seem intent on killing him. Seo-jun told himself, if the sword saint truly wanted to kill me, I would have died the moment I sensed his aura. The image of Minchul, along with an aura strong as a sacred dragon, rose in his mind, the great sage equal to Heaven's sword saint. Seo-jun told himself, when facing Minchul, he is the person closest to my ideal image. Then his eyes brightened, filled with determination and excitement. This is a great opportunity for me. Noticing the clear change in Seo-jun's attitude, Minchul frowned, that bastard. He perceived green auras surging from him. His fighting spirit had changed. Minchul marveled in his mind, in decades I have met countless hunters. Seo-jun kept the same gaze that made him think. But only one person had burned with fighting intent even after facing me. Suddenly Minchul vanished from Seo-jun's sight. You must have considerable strength then. Then suddenly reappeared and struck straight at him. But how did you get close to my granddaughter? The surprise attack made Seo-jun wince. I could not even sense it, let alone see it clearly. Suddenly his eyes widened, and cold sweat poured down. Minchul's presence now overwhelmed him, far greater than Seo-jun's. He gritted his teeth and tried to swing his staff in a counterattack. He felt that even such a simple blow was at a level he could not perceive. Despite facing a superior adversary, Seo-jun still did his best. He truly wanted to know how long he could hold out. Minchul merely stood still while he charged repeatedly, frowning at Seo-jun's efforts. Taking advantage of an opening on his right, Minchul used his bare hand to punch. When he hit, Seo-jun flew back, and Minchul said casually, how trivial. Minchul continued with a biased remark, all you need to do is answer my question. Yet you still will not submit, thinking inwardly, no, not right yet, something is missing. I cannot let things end like this, just a bit more. Seo-jun lay flat on the floor, calculating in his mind. Tricks probably won't work. The only chance I have right now is while he is still holding back. Done thinking, he sprang up. Thinking of Minchul, Seo-jun told himself, I have only one chance. I have to end this in a single strike. Then he suddenly jolted as he realized the harsh truth. But how? Just after asking himself, he had to dodge Minchul's strike. He lifted his staff to counterattack, quietly channeling mana into it. His mind recalled someone's teaching. With your will, you can use mana to deceive and convince the whole world, to make the deception enter the real world as if it were a law of nature. Before Minchul's astonished eyes, Seo Jun attacked. This is the best I can do right now. He gritted his teeth and swung his staff. Take this. Seo Jun's effort was not wasted. Minchul was hit. But something flashed by. He remained standing while Seo Jun collapsed. His strike had only been enough to tear Minchul's sleeve. He wiped his mouth and groaned. That hurt, and Minchul scolded. You bastard. Minchul suddenly flew into a rage, finally revealing your true face. This made the young Seo Jun explode. Seriously. True face, false face. What are you talking about? You attacked me first. Then he shook his head and whispered to himself, the more I talk, the more it hurts. When will Seoyun arrive? That sentence seemed to hit Minchul's trigger. He surged with murderous intent, thinking, fine, if you insist. He raised his sword, his face furious. I will personally send you to hell. Seeing his opponent about to lose control, Seo Jun raised his staff in desperation. Damn it. Just at that moment, Seoyun flung the door open and shouted, enough. Seoyun anxiously asked, Seo Jun, are you okay? Oh no, you're all bruised up. He still responded in confusion. I don't think there are any serious injuries, but I can't deny that it hurts. Minchul exhaled with a sigh of disdain. You are so weak, yet call yourself a man. Seo Jun looked puzzled. Being hit by the Sword Saint. What does gender have to do with it? I bet he hits everyone like this. Minchul immediately flew into a rage. What did you just say, you bastard? He instantly ran to hide behind Seoyun. What? Are you going to hit me again? She could only sigh inwardly. Oh my god. Seoyun's face showed panic, thinking, I've never seen anyone dare to argue with him. No, the Sword Saint is more accurate. Seo Jun behind her continued to provoke. Really? But first, can I at least know why I was hit? Could it be that the Sword Saint does whatever he wants? Seoyun reached out sternly to stop him. Enough, sir. Then she nervously turned to Seo Jun. I'm sorry for letting you endure this. Seo Jun waved it off. It's okay. It's just a small bruise. You don't need to apologize. Still, Seoyun bowed her head in remorse. I will explain everything later. But for now, I sincerely apologize. Seeing her actions, Seo Jun froze for a moment. Seoyun in front remained sad and regretful, while Minchul's attitude did not change. Seo Jun cleared his throat to divert the topic, thinking, looking back, at least I should get checked first. Now I'll go to the hospital. She awkwardly nodded. That's right. And you don't need to worry about the treatment costs. I sincerely apologize. With that, Seo Jun turned and walked away. Then I'll go now. Seoyun smiled, relieved inwardly. Thank you for understanding, Seo Jun. Then she glanced back, staring at Minchul. Seoyun spoke up. Sir, let's talk. Her attitude was completely tense, standing directly in front of Minchul. After a while, the room remained silent with no one speaking. Seoyun's face showed embarrassment. I was determined to confront him. But now standing in front of him, I can open my mouth. Suddenly, Minchul initiated a conversation, saying that the bastard is truly suspicious, so don't get close to him. She gathered all her courage and replied tremblingly, he has nothing suspicious. Minchul stubbornly dismissed it. What would you know? His words echoed in Seoyun's mind. What would you know? You don't know anything, so just follow my orders. These were words she had heard for the past 31 years, just a few words, and he had ignored her opinion. Even at the Hunter Academy, she could not escape him. She recalled the past. He always caused trouble whenever she had new students, so everyone left. In her heart, Seoyun told herself, I know why he acts this way. I know the motives behind everyone coming here. That's why I can't stop them whenever they want to leave. Yet she still resolved in her mind. Hearing her words, Minchul's eyes suddenly froze, glancing at her in astonishment. Seoyun silently resolved in her heart, Seo Jun is different. Minchul asked in disbelief. What did you say? Sioyun immediately shouted, I don't want to. Inwardly she thought, I don't want to lose him. Minchul then yelled loudly, you say you don't want to. Sioyun raised her voice to argue back. Why should I follow your orders? She calculated, in less than a month. And as she thought, she resolutely confirmed, this place is my academy, not yours. Deep in her heart, Sioyun recalled, haven't we created precious memories together? Isn't it that I have special feelings for him? Yet every time I see Seo-jun, I feel something strange. She remembered the time spent with Seo-jun and smiled. It made her want to be with him longer. Minchul tried to explain, this is not the time for you to be angry. Perhaps you don't know. But once again before he could finish, Sioyun decisively cut in, fine, I don't know, so what? In her heart she knew clearly, I cannot explain why. Thinking, Sioyun placed her hand on her chest and said, I don't know, so I want to understand why it is this way. She resolved, I cannot live forever under your shadow, nor do I want to. As she said this, Sioyun suddenly realized something, even now it's the same. She looked at Minchul's astonished expression before her. After a long silence, Sioyun suppressed her emotions inside. She turned away sadly, I'm sorry for raising my voice. Opening the door and stepping outside, Sioyun asserted, but this time I will not follow your will. Minchul remained standing, watching her silhouette leave the room. Sioyun. He wondered, has she ever expressed her opinions so strongly before? Minchul recalled an event from the past, when everyone around was in chaos. It was the dungeon explosion. Save me, run. A disciple ran to him, Master, something happened. As he reported, Minchul's expression immediately darkened. When the dungeon explosion ended, he returned with a sorrowful expression. Before him stood little Sioyun, looking at him innocently. After losing his son in the dungeon explosion, Minchul adopted her when she was all alone. He decided, I must give her strength to protect herself. This was also why he was so strict. Even when Sioyun didn't like swordsmanship, Minchul scolded during training, pick it up quickly, at this rate, you won't become a hunter, let alone reach grade A. Even though this was not the path Sioyun wanted, Minchul questioned, you want to become a teacher? Do you think I taught you? Despite her arguing back, I don't want to hear. Minchul suppressed her with his words, you must obey me as you have been doing. After pressuring Sioyun for years, Minchul knew her emotions were suppressed but deliberately ignored them. Gradually, Sioyun's figure drifted out of his sight. Minchul sighed wearily, looking up, thinking, so this is the outcome. He gazed into the empty space and uttered two words, rebellion. The next day, Seo-jun left the house early in the morning. He strode comfortably along the familiar daily path. Seo-jun swung his arms to warm up and boost his spirits for the day. He reassured himself, no need to worry, today's task isn't difficult. The city sky today was unusually clear, making Seo-jun feel at ease. He suddenly remembered Minchul and thought to himself, when the Sword Saint came for me the day before, I thought I was dead. Luckily it was just some bruises. I know the Sword Saint is gentle. But if Sioyun had arrived even a little later, it wouldn't have been just bruises. Seo-jun's expression darkened as he thought, I wonder what hidden story Sioyun has behind all this. Last night, Sioyun had called him and explained the reasons, the current situation, her relationship with Minchul and herself, as well as what had happened to the previous students. Seo-jun was sure that wasn't all, but he also understood Sioyun's feelings and why the Sword Saint hated him so much. He exhaled sharply, scolding himself, but he shouldn't have hit others like that. Just because I understand doesn't mean it wasn't rude. Very soon, Seo-jun arrived at the training room. At the very least he had to apologize so that this would never happen again. The system board popped up with a notification. Learning speed slightly increased after being repeatedly struck by the Sword Saint. Learning speed of the Merlin constellation increased by 7%. Learning speed of Professor Gautama increased by 0.2%, 12.3%. Seo-jun cautiously thought, never. He carefully opened the door, thinking to himself, no matter how rude he is, the worst that can happen is I won't get hit again. The learning speed increased significantly after just one light hit from him. Seo Jun was about to speak. Hello. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached him, causing him to freeze. You're here. Minchul sat sternly in front of him, urging, Why are you standing there? Come in. He reminded him. Come. Inside the training room, Seo Jun and Minchul sat cross-legged, facing each other. Beside them were two wooden swords. He spoke in a measured tone. I understand. You have a pact with Seoyun. Minchul carefully confirmed once more. Is all of this true? He looked at that expression and thought to himself. He must be very suspicious. Slightly irritated but still polite, he replied. Yes, indeed. That is what I said. There is nothing to hide at the beginning, and no reason to do so either. He stared straight at Seo Jun, sitting upright before him with a reliable demeanor and a powerful aura surrounding him. Silently assessing, it seems the boy is speaking the truth. But what is that power and talent? An ordinary cadet cannot emit such great strength. Minchul stroked his chin, pondering another thought. Not to mention that when I look at this kid, my anger wants to erupt for no reason. Suddenly, Seo Jun cut into his train of thought. If you have nothing more to say, may I leave now? He blurted out, asking, Where do you intend to go? He answered vaguely, It is not that I want to go anywhere. I just want to train. Upon hearing this, an idea popped into his head. That's it. Minchul calculated to himself. If I watch this kid train, I might roughly grasp what he is hiding. But outwardly, he still feigned calm and said to him, Do as you please. However, man plans and heaven disposes. All of Minchul's schemes were slapped down in the very next session. His face fell slightly, feeling like he had just been tricked. Thoughts rose in his head. There is only one thing I can be certain of. Minchul stood there stiff like a statue. His face showed a mix of bewilderment and helplessness as he looked at Seo Jun sitting before him. His mind is very unstable in a way I cannot fathom. Does he train by simply staring at his phone screen for hours? And there is nothing on that screen. Finally, unable to be patient any longer, he crossed his arms and broke the silence. You must be meditating now. At this, Seo Jun finally turned his gaze back to him and vaguely answered, something like that. Thinking the boy had begun to pay attention to him, he started a lecture. Meditation is certainly an excellent practice. After all, you are young and practicing already, which is good. You must realize that whatever happens, meditation will help strengthen the mind and control your psyche in all situations. But Seo Jun simply continued looking at his phone and responded tersely. Noted, a huge question mark loomed. Minchul sputtered and stared at him, wondering in his head, what is wrong with this kid? Does he have no interest in what I... Then he dismissed that thought himself. Impossible. Then covering his mouth, pretending to speak casually, he offered, If you want, I have a few things to teach you. Hearing that, he immediately looked up. The Sword Saint will personally teach me. Seeing Seo Jun's reaction, the corner of Minchul's mouth silently twitched in self-satisfaction. He thought, just as I expected. He made me very curious, so I will teach him something. If he truly wants to learn, I can instruct him a bit. But immediately after, the flood of thoughts was abruptly blocked by his refusal. I'm not really interested in your lesson. I'm fine. Minchul froze rigidly, a thunderclap of confusion striking his mind, though it only occurred internally, so Seo Jun could not know. Still, he continued speaking casually. Besides, you keep interfering with my training. If you have something to say, can we discuss it later? I know you're free, but... At that very moment, the training room door opened. Good morning, Seo Jun. About yesterday. Her words were cut short as her tone suddenly rose upon seeing Minchul inside. What's this? He immediately shifted his attention to her. Seoyun, you're here. Then Minchul approached Seoyun to speak. You arrived just in time. Her demeanor slightly rushed, worried. She asked, Why did you come here? Seoyun misunderstood, thinking Minchul came to assert authority, so she furrowed her brows with a hint of dissatisfaction. if you're still trying to bully Seo Jun again. But instead, he leaned close to her ear, glancing at Seo Jun, and whispered, "Isn't that boy just relaxing his mind?" The words she intended to speak caught in her throat. Seo-yun stood there dumbfounded, listening to Minchul mutter by her ear that he said he didn't want to hear the Sword Saint's guidance. Then the two of them simultaneously looked toward Seo Jun, who was still sitting, focused on his phone. Minchul helplessly guessed, "Everything he's doing is strange. Maybe he's lost his mind." Hearing this, Seo-yun finally smiled lightly, responding nonchalantly, "There's nothing strange at all. He's just his usual self." Minchul was extremely puzzled. "So you mean what he's doing now isn't strange at all?" she replied patiently. "Now you can see it's not strange." Her gaze softened as she recalled the past, then continued, "Because I used to think that way too." Then she moved toward him, cheerfully greeting, "Seo Jun, I'm here." At that moment, he finally noticed her presence, stopped looking at his phone, and asked, "Seo-yun, when did you arrive?" She answered, "Not long, and more importantly, is your body okay?" Seeing this, Minchul's brows slightly furrowed, a look of sternness rising, internally affirming, "I really don't like that boy at all." He crossed his arms, standing aside, watching the two of them chat animatedly, silently evaluating. "What he says is like anyone else." Minchul's mind was full of curiosity. The generational gap really seems huge, making him genuinely intrigued. Is their conversation really this interesting? Suddenly, a surprising thought occurred to Minchul. Come to think of it, I rarely see Seo-yun this cheerful. Her clear, bright laughter rang out. "You're really an idiot, Seo Jun." But he suddenly felt startled. Minchul's hand at his side clenched into a fist, silently cursing him. "That boy dares." Meanwhile, on the other side, Seo Jun was still smiling and chatting with her. However, the vein on Minchul's temple throbbed, like a prized radish stolen from home, furious beyond measure. He thought, "He dares to target my precious granddaughter." Just then, Minchul suddenly burst through the door, running in a hurry, shouting, "Sword Saint!" Seo-yun and Seo Jun both went silent, turning to look curiously. He glanced at him and asked, "What's the matter?" Minchul replied, "I came because I have some urgent news to report to you." His demeanor was extremely tense. "The Church of Justice said they wanted to meet you urgently, Sword Saint." Minchul was slightly surprised. That foolish church, huh? However, for people like that, Minchul didn't care. He merely issued an instruction. "Not necessary. If they truly need something from me, tell them to come here in person to meet me." Minchul hesitated, speaking further, but Lady Kalia directly requested it. Hearing that name, Minchul was immediately slightly startled, not expecting it. "Kalia herself came here." He carefully added, "And Lady Kalia also requested that someone named Kim Seo Jun come along." As soon as the words ended, all three simultaneously turned to look directly at him with curiosity. Seo Jun pointed at himself to confirm. "Me." A moment later, he put away his phone, stood up properly, and faced Minchul. "She's looking for me." Minchul reacted intensely. "That boy, are you one of the people in the Church of Justice? How could someone like Kalia know about you?" Suddenly, Seo-yun spoke up, cutting in. "Could it be because of that?" She rubbed her chin, recalling seriously, mumbling, "Not long ago, I saw a very suspicious person in a black cloak at the academy, standing behind and observing while everyone was at the arena. Could that person also be related to this?" However, Minchul still refused to admit it. Even if that person is related to the Church of Justice, as Seo-yun said, it would still sound strange. There's no way Kalia would be interested in an ordinary boy like this. She then turned to ask Minchul, "Have you ever heard of that person?" But he also shrugged helplessly. "I don't know anything either." Hearing the three talk back and forth, Seo Jun could only look dumbfounded. Taking advantage of a short pause, he quickly interjected, "Do I really have to go? What a hassle." Seo-yun was startled, then quickly explained thoroughly, "It's the Church of Justice. She's one of the 7 apostles." Think carefully. Do you need to go? Lady Kolya is the heir to the vacant position left by the holy purity. Normally, she rarely concerns herself with outside matters. I don't understand why she specifically named you to come. But Seo Jun didn't understand, merely shrugged, pretending not to care. Why is it important to me? She's just a foreigner, I don't know. I've never met her. I'd rather spend that time training. All three immediately went silent. Well, that's true. Suddenly, Moonchul spoke a strange remark. Could this be the reason why they have always valued Lady Kolya so highly? Minchul crossed his arms, puzzled. What do you mean by that? He voiced his speculation. The truth is, Lady Kolya already knew that Kim Seo Jun would refuse her request. Moonchul continued, adding another point. That's why she told me to send a message that if that happened, just go there, and she would willingly give you $100,000. That's why you still have to consider whether to go or not. As soon as the words ended, Seo Jun was momentarily astonished, thinking to himself, $100,000. How the heck does she know I need $100,000? Legend says that the Church of Justice, instead of believing in some gods created by humans, is a church serving justice itself as their god. A person is covered by a mysterious robe. The Holy Emperor, grateful, gentle, charitable, patient, moderate, pure, diligent, and the 7 apostles are the most crucial members. They declare that their words are justice, the words of a god. A century ago, the Church of Justice was treated as mere worship. However, during the Great Flood, by linking their power with countless superheroes, they played an enormously significant role, bringing peace to all humanity and allowing them to develop significantly. Among all that, the most important part was the giant monster, with its madness and brutality. When people said the end of the Great Flood was near, suddenly the monster appeared. Its power was terrifying, so immense that even the superhero-aligned teams could do nothing. The situation was so desperate that some called it the Second Great Flood. But the only ones who could defeat that giant monster were the Holy Emperor and the 7 apostles. They were the key to ending the Great Flood. Returning to the present, in a hotel somewhere in the outskirts of Seoul, Seo Jun looked up at the massive high-rise building before him, silently assessing. He's a legitimate member of a global church organization, yet his residence seems... Meanwhile, Minchul was speaking with the receptionist. I'm here to see Kolya. The guy next to me is... Before he could finish introducing, the person interrupted. I know, you're Kim Seo Jun, right? Then he gestured toward the main door to guide them. Please, come in. Lady Kolya is waiting for you. Time passed as they walked side by side for quite a distance. Seo Jun, meanwhile, couldn't stop his swirling thoughts. What if what Seo-yun said is true, and the person she saw at the arena is really connected? Has she already decided to lure me to join their organization? There are still far too many questions that need answers. When they reached a room, the guide opened the door and said, This is the room. Seo Jun, still lost in his conjectures, wondered, could there be something she knows about me? Or does she know about the Academy of Heirs? As soon as the door opened, the 3 of them stepped into the antechamber. Seo Jun immediately told himself, I need to verify this after meeting someone named Kolya. At that moment, the guide politely instructed, You two wait here for a moment. She will meet you shortly. No sooner had they sat down than Minchul let out a sigh. I thought he would wait for us. Knowing this would happen. Seeing that, Seo Jun grew curious and asked, Master Sword Saint, you are acquainted with Lady Kolya, right? He sighed again, his expression slightly weary. Today is the first day I met her. As soon as he spoke, Seo Jun panicked, exclaiming, What? Today is your first meeting. Seeing you don't speak of her politely, I thought you two were very close. Minchul did not deny it, offering an explanation for the first meeting. That's right, we have called each other a few times, but this is the first time I met her in person. I have met the Apostles of Purity before, but I have not met her, the heir. Seo Jun softly uttered an, thinking to himself, a god who contributed to the Great Flood. I thought the Sword Saint would know everything. But there are still many mysteries in the world. Wait, the Great Flood. Suddenly remembering what he wanted to know, Seo Jun asked immediately, "What about the Holy Emperor?" Minchul calmly recounted. "From what I know, people say that was the first and last time he revealed himself in that decisive battle." After hearing this, Seo Jun asked a question that caused Minchul to fall into a thoughtful silence. "Have you ever met the Holy Emperor before?" After a long moment, he quietly replied, "No, I haven't." Minchul propped himself on the chair, rubbing his chin, his gaze seeming to look into the past. "I could only observe him from a distance." Just then, footsteps sounded at the door. The newcomer had light white blonde hair and politely greeted me first. "Very pleased to meet you both." Then she turned to Minchul, starting a conversation. "This is my first time meeting you in person, isn't it?" But he only replied coldly, "You are the one who summoned us here and made us wait." As soon as Kalia appeared, the Sword Saint immediately spoke in irritation. "You are the one who called us here and made us wait all this time, Kalia." She immediately explained the reason for her delay. "I took time to cleanse my body and mind so that I could convey my golden words in the most perfect way. It would be better that way." Hearing these words, the Sword Saint could not help but sigh in exasperation. Hearing this from someone who often talks nonsense like you is indeed strange. Then Kalia turned to bow to Seo Jun. "I apologize for the late introduction. I am Kalia, a follower of the Justice Church and a messenger of the words of the God. I am also the heir of the disciple of purity." Seeing her bow to him, he quickly stood up and responded, "Very pleased to meet you, I am." He had not finished introducing himself when she interrupted, "You are Kim Seo Jun, right? Thank you for coming." He was somewhat surprised. He did not expect her to know both his surname and name. Seo Jun asked, "How do you know me?" Hearing his question, she exclaimed, "Oh my, I had to clarify a few things before getting to the main content. Recently you participated in the Academy debate, didn't you? At that time, one of our followers had been observing you Seo Jun." She told the story more and more enthusiastically. "He praised you so much that it made me curious and I wanted to see with my own eyes how wonderful you are, so I invited you here." Seo Jun sat down in the chair, furrowing his brows, and asked further, "I see. If that's the case, are you interested in me, then? What is the real motive for inviting me here? You didn't call me here just for a simple reason, right?" Hearing his questioning words, Kalia smiled slightly and said, "I was planning to tell you about that. Sit down first." After a while, Kalia had recounted the whole story. Both of them exclaimed in unison, "Dungeon reconnaissance." Kalia picked up a cup of tea while answering, "Yes, that's right. I hope the Sword Saint will cooperate with me to conduct dungeon reconnaissance." Hearing this request, the Sword Saint angrily shouted, "Why should I participate with you?" Kalia took a sip of high-quality tea and calmly replied, "You yourself know that the matter is not over yet." Hearing this, his expression stiffened. His eyes could not hide a tremor. Then he regained his composure and asked again, "What do you mean?" Kalia explained, "We received a report about a distortion in one of the dungeons in South Korea. I think the Sword Saint understands what that means." Seo Jun, sitting next to her, upon hearing the answer, wondered, "Distortion." The Sword Saint did not pay attention to Seo Jun. He said, "Stop talking nonsense. Before that, I am sure I already." Kalia did not let him finish and interrupted. "The Justice Church has decided that inspecting the dungeon this time is—" After a long while, he turned to ask Kalia, "So this is the reason you came to South Korea? Because at the same time, you will be able to consolidate your position as the heir." Kalia was exposed to her purpose, but her expression remained calm. She even continued to enjoy her tea. She put down the cup of tea and giggled. Indeed, the Sword Saint is not easily deceived. The Sword Saint continued, "It is indeed embarrassing to say that the decision of the Justice Church is not pleasant at all." Kalia asked him, "You will help me, right?" He replied bluntly, "It depends on what I receive from you as well." Seeing his attitude, she thought, "It seems the Sword Saint does not want to accept favors from me. He does not seem lacking in anything either." Saying this, she paused for a moment to observe his attitude. Then she continued, I heard your granddaughter is studying academy management. As soon as she mentioned the granddaughter, the Sword Saint's attitude changed 180 degrees. Kalia continued, the Justice Church can, but before she could finish, a murderous aura from him made her pause. Seo Jun watched this scene and whispered in appreciation, my whole body is numb. So this is the murderous aura of the Sword Saint when he really wants to send someone off. And the Sword Saint at this moment, his sharp eyes looked at Kalia and spoke threateningly, once again, if you try to involve Seoyun, I will not forgive you. Kalia calmly said, I was wrong, I apologize. I apologize. Hearing her apology, the corner of his mouth slightly lifted, and the murderous aura gradually withdrew. The room returned to normal. Kalia continued, besides, I have nothing to offer you in return, so just like this, I will follow one of the Sword Saint's requests. Indeed, youth has not experienced life, the Sword Saint said, ridiculous. You expect me to believe you when you spend all day pretending not to know anything about the exchange. Kalia tried to show her sincerity. If you want, I can swear on the honor of the Justice Church. The Sword Saint was also quite surprised, his eyes fixed on her, as if trying to find something. Kalia continued, just this alone is not enough to determine the apostle's position. I do not know what you are thinking, but is it not that you have no other choice? Seeing that she had spoken so much, he had no choice but to accept. Fine, if you have sworn on the honor of the Justice Church, I will help you. Then, the ritual of the Justice Oath began. The two held hands. A dazzling light gradually spread and enveloped both of them. They performed the ritual under the witness of Seo Jun sitting across. After the ritual ended, Kalia turned to Seo Jun and said, now, with you, Seo Jun. She looked at him smiling and said, I will be straightforward. The Justice Church wants to support you. Suddenly, there is a church offering to support you. He exclaimed, support what? I already have an affiliated academy. She immediately explained to him, we do not require you to leave the academy. While you operate, we want to support you in areas beyond the academy's assistance. He did not fully understand. After a long while, he turned to ask Kalia, so this is the reason you came to South Korea, because at the same time, you will be able to consolidate your position as the heir. Kalia was exposed to her purpose, but her expression remained calm. She even continued to enjoy her tea. She put down the cup of tea and giggled. Indeed, the Sword Saint is not easily deceived. The Sword Saint continued, it is indeed embarrassing to say that the decision of the Justice Church is not pleasant at all. Kalia asked him, you will help me, right? He replied bluntly, it depends on what I receive from you as well. Seeing his attitude, she thought, it seems the Sword Saint does not want to accept favors from me. He does not seem lacking in anything either. Saying this, she paused for a moment to observe his attitude. Then she continued, I heard your granddaughter is studying academy management. As soon as she mentioned the granddaughter, the Sword Saint's attitude changed 180 degrees. Kalia continued, the Justice Church can. But before she could finish, a murderous aura from him made her pause. Seo Jun watched this scene and whispered in appreciation, my whole body is numb. So this is the murderous aura of the Sword Saint when he really wants to send someone off. And the Sword Saint at this moment, his sharp eyes looked at Kalia and spoke threateningly, once again, if you try to involve Seoyun, I will not forgive you. Kalia calmly said, I was wrong, I apologize. I apologize. Hearing her apology, the corner of his mouth slightly lifted, and the murderous aura gradually withdrew. The room returned to normal. Kalia continued, besides, I have nothing to offer you in return, so just like this, I will follow one of the Sword Saint's requests. Indeed, youth has not experienced life, the Sword Saint said, ridiculous. You expect me to believe you when you spend all day pretending not to know anything about the exchange. Kalia tried to show her sincerity. If you want, I can swear on the honor of the Justice Church. The Sword Saint was also quite surprised, his eyes fixed on her, as if trying to find something. Kalia continued, just this alone is not enough to determine the apostle's position. I do not know what you are thinking, but is it not that you have no other choice? Seeing that she had spoken so much, he had no choice but to accept. Fine, if you have sworn on the honor of the Justice Church, I will help you. Then, the ritual of the Justice Oath began. The two held hands. A dazzling light gradually spread and enveloped both of them. They performed the ritual under the witness of Seo Jun sitting across. After the ritual ended, Kolya turned to Seo Jun and said, "Now, with you, Seo Jun." She looked at him smiling and said, "I will be straightforward. The Justice Church wants to support you." Suddenly, "There is a church offering to support you," he exclaimed. "Support what? I already have an affiliated academy." She immediately explained to him, "We do not require you to leave the academy. While you operate, we want to support you in areas beyond the academy's assistance." He did not fully understand and asked further, "So if I accept this support, what must I give in?" Calchas, seeing his master's attitude, immediately suggested, "It would be better to report this matter to the other apostles." But Kolya quickly stopped him. "No, for now we will only observe. Our current priority is scouting the dungeon." "What about the other heroes?" Calchas replied, "I have contacted Black Saint and Mind Saint, because they are the ones who cannot be seen." Kolya heard this and stood there with her arms crossed, lost in thought. In her mind appeared the image of a hand trying to grasp a column that was too small, and a voice echoed in her head, "The ones who cannot be seen." Leaving the office, on the way back Seo Jun was scolded by the Sword Saint. "You useless thing, how could you refuse Kolya's offer?" He replied casually, "That made me feel bad." Hearing this, the Sword Saint asked with concern, "It made you uncomfortable?" He did not answer but thought to himself, "I am not sure about the other members of the Justice Church, but at least Kolya is not involved with the Transfer Academy. However, I don't want to accept a good intention from someone I don't respect." The Sword Saint, seeing that he did not answer, asked again, "So Seo Yun's academy makes you feel better?" He nodded firmly. "Of course, how could I accept anyone as honest as Seo Yun?" "But Master Sword Saint, may I ask something? What does scouting the dungeon mean?" Hearing him mention this, his brow furrowed, the two ends almost meeting, he said in a gruff voice, "It means the magic has been distorted." Seeing that he did not understand, he explained further, "When this happens, the estimated difficulty of the dungeon during formation differs from the real difficulty. Such distortions cause many ripple effects, but they mainly lead to the leveling up of the dungeons, or the collapse of the dungeon before the end time." Seo Jun, hearing this, could hardly believe it. "What, such things can happen?" The Sword Saint explained indifferently, "It is a phenomenon that you cannot see at the present time, but during great upheavals, it occasionally happens." Hearing this, Seo Jun's face immediately became alarmed. Seeing the Sword Saint turn to leave, he hastily asked, "So what Kolya mentioned is not—" He knew what Seo Jun wanted to ask, so he answered before Seo Jun could finish, "Don't worry about it. Kolya just misunderstood. The great upheaval has ended." Seeing him turn in another direction, Seo Jun asked in surprise, "Huh, where are you going?" "Seo Yun's academy is this way." The Sword Saint, walking, said, "You don't need to know." After saying this, his steps suddenly stopped. He glanced at Seo Jun and said softly, "Useless name, if you do anything suspicious toward Seo Yun, I will not let it slide. Understand?" Seo Jun, hearing this, smiled and replied, "You already admit it then, right?" The Sword Saint, hearing this, felt slightly embarrassed and replied evasively, "I am just observing you." Seo Jun, seeing him cornered, continued to tease, "You are not honest at all. Isn't it because of actions like this that you and Seo Yun are growing apart?" Seeing his string of reasons cut off by Seo Jun, he could only wish he could find a hole to crawl into. Feeling the killing intent aimed at him, Seo Jun turned and ran, shouting back, "Are you trying to hit me again? Good evening." Watching Seo Jun, after running for his life to avoid him, was now standing in the corner resting. He panted and said, "Every time something happens, he wants to solve it with violence." When he got home, he opened the door and stepped into the room, still muttering, "I have to improve quickly to face him or something." Seeing him return, Seo Yun exclaimed in surprise, "Huh, Seo Jun, you're back earlier than I thought." Seo Yoon stepped over to him and asked, "How is he?" "You said you would come back together." He replied, "Oh, he came all the way here with me, but then left." She worried and asked again, "Did he say anything?" Hearing her question, he felt a little uneasy and said, "Yes, but it's not what you're worried about." She said kindly, "He intervened too much, didn't he? I'm sorry, next time I should mention it." Feeling that this would only give him more reason to dislike him, he quickly stopped her. "The way the sword saint expresses his thoughts may not be right, but I don't think it's too bad." Hearing him, her expression seemed to brighten, and she looked at him attentively. Lying while being stared at, he could not continue speaking. Seo Jun quickly turned to her and said, "He can change from now on. If things get worse, a few punches from him are fine, but of course not for free." Even he himself felt embarrassed saying these words. Blushing, he thought, "What am I even saying?" But Seo Yoon behind him looked at him with sparkling eyes and a sly smile. Then she softly said, "Thanks, really." After that, the two looked at each other, embarrassed. Seo Yoon quickly thought of an excuse to break the awkward atmosphere. She smiled and said, "You said you need money, right?" He was stunned, wondering, "That's true, but how did she know?" Seo Yoon explained, "You sing that song every day. How could I not know?" He immediately denied, "When do I? I do not." But after she gave several examples, memories suddenly appeared in his mind. Back then he would hum while working, $100,000 I will get. He was left speechless. Seo Jun thought to himself, thinking back now, money really is my most serious problem, isn't it? I have already used the $100,000 received from Kalia to pay debts, the cursed interest money. Thinking of this, he felt like crying. How much money do I still need? The free period is almost over. I have to buy weapons, and also attend lectures alone. Seo Yoon on the side took out her phone, tapping and saying, "So while you weren't here, I could check a bit and happened to find something suitable." Seo Jun picked up the phone. He looked in astonishment and exclaimed, "The dungeon extermination contest." Seo Yoon, standing right behind him, smiled slightly as she looked at the content on the phone. The 24th time, the dungeon extermination contest. The content is dungeon raids as determined by the authorities. Eligibility is for students attending government-accredited hunter academies. Registration period is from the announcement date until the 15th. Evaluation criteria is the number of dungeons raided within the period. The first prize is 300 million. Seo Jun, confusedly, pointed at the screen and asked, "What is this?" She placed a hand on her hip and slightly bowed her head to answer. Simply put, this is a contest to exterminate unresolved dungeons. He frowned and said in disbelief, "Exterminating unresolved dungeons." Seo Yoon sighed in exasperation and replied, "After all, people do not want to deal with dungeons that do not make money." Upon hearing that, Seo Jun unconsciously widened his eyes and turned to look silently. He rubbed the bridge of his nose and said, "True, that is indeed the case." Then Seo Jun held the phone tightly and studied it, pondering, if an awakened person during a great upheaval has a mission or some trust, then maybe. But now, professional hunters only pursue profit. She still stood beside him, unaware of his expression, and continued, "Dungeons that do not make money usually have low rank and are hard to attack. A dark space appears. Light erupts from the hole, dazzling like an explosion. Unresolved dungeons will rupture over time, and monsters will spill out. Even low-rank monsters can be dangerous to ordinary people. From them, little demonic sprites fly out to intimidate and terrify people. My hair, save me." In that situation, many brave people still rise to fight. Initially, these kinds of dungeons had civil servant hunters assigned to handle them. But wasting high-rank hunters on such places is inefficient and wasteful in every way. However, when facing a goblin, they would hesitate, looking dazed. "Will you kill me?" Seo Yoon, with a scholarly air, raised a finger and said, "Finally, the government replaced it with another method. That is..." Before she could finish, Seo Jun pointed at the phone and said, "You mean this dungeon extermination contest?" Seo Yoon smiled and answered, "Exactly." Then she continued without giving up on explaining. Most unresolved dungeons can be handled by students anyway. There are many students now. Abundant manpower. You just need to add that it will be reflected in the student evaluation. Seo Jun, absorbing this slowly with a blank look, said, "Not sure who thought of this, but smart indeed." Seo Yun looked at him and gently guessed, "If it's you, Seo Jun, you should easily win this contest. What do you think?" Seo Jun paused, then slowly glanced over. The first prize is 300 million. Moreover, the contest is a dungeon extermination contest, so it can speed up lecture progress by conducting exterminations. Hearing such an attractive prize, he thought for a moment and saw no reason not to participate. His face immediately bloomed into a confident smile as he answered decisively, "Then I will register right away." Seo Jun still kept smiling, looking at Seo Yun. He thought to himself, and she took the phone from his hand and started operating it. She did not ask for help, but he knew she was pretending. She had certainly gone everywhere to find information about it. Suddenly Seo Jun slightly tilted his head, turning his face to look in another direction. In his mind, memories of the past surfaced. He could not help but mutter, "The contest," always thinking back to before. Seo Jun's face looked terrifying as he grinned savagely. From previous experience, he did not know what variables might occur, so he could not take it lightly. He sat still cross-legged on the ground, arms crossed, a gloomy expression, saying nothing. Seo Yun, after finishing her task and returning the phone, excitedly praised him. "Today you are really hardworking, though I still do not know what you are doing now." Seo Jun did not pay attention to her words, his mind full of determination. "This time I will definitely win." A moment later, he raised his head and looked straight at Seo Yun, asking, "Seo Yun, how will the contest be conducted?" She gently replied to Seo Jun, imagining a small map to guide him. "The contest will last about 1 week. When it starts, the government will give participants a list of dungeons." In addition, Seo Yun also instructed Seo Jun on the method of combat, so the participants will confirm the list, then reserve the dungeon they want to clear on the app, and then go to destroy it. After speaking for a while, she suddenly became serious, raising 2 fingers to make a warning sign. However, the reserved dungeon must be cleared within 10 hours. Only one place can be reserved at a time, otherwise the reservation will be cancelled. He calmly said, "So do not reserve a whole basket." After guiding Seo Jun for a while, finally Seo Yun concluded her advice. "In short, the evaluation will be based on how fast you are and the number of dungeons you clear." He rubbed his chin, frowning, saying, "Speed is the key." Hearing this, she slightly nodded. "Yes, that is why there is a joke that the gas price might be more than the prize money." Suddenly, Seo Jun's expression became troubled. He hesitated and said, "This is a bit difficult." Seo Yun looked at him in surprise and asked, "Yes, what do you mean?" Seo Jun squinted his eyes, feeling troubled, and must destroy the dungeon and deal with the corpses. But speed is the key. She began to feel helpless at his words. Seo Yun tiredly put her hand on her forehead and said, "Yes, no, you do not need to handle the corpses. As I said, the money from the corpses is not much." Not waiting, as if realizing something, she froze and shouted, "Are you also planning to handle the corpses yourself this time?" Seo Jun calmly crossed his arms and replied, "It does not violate the rules." Seo Yun could no longer keep her composure. She opened her mouth stammering, "No, but there are so few of them." His expression turned delighted, saying, "Even collecting them slowly will result in a big sum. Why give up such valuable things?" Seo Yun still could not believe Seo Jun's words, yet to win is the only way to get the prize. She quickly adjusted her emotions, stood up straight. Seo Jun put his hand on his chin, thinking relentlessly, "If it is not possible, I will focus more on the prize money." Stubborn thought. Feeling as if he had an idea, he suddenly spoke to catch Seo Yun's attention. "Wait." Seo Jun put one hand on his hip, the other raised the phone triumphantly. "What exactly are the rules?" The morning sky was clear, the space silent in the middle of the street. A few days later, Today is the day he is on his way to the contest, the day the contest takes place. Seo Jun held the phone, looking at the notifications. Chiron's lecture progress 49.9%, Buddha Shakyamuni 14.5%, Hanwoo 61.7%, Merlin 9.9%. He softly said as he looked at the information. Thanks to diligence, the lecture progress has increased quite a bit. But strangely, the progress of Chiron and Merlin no longer increases. Seo Jun unconsciously got carried away and thought, thinking, if I consider looking at the change every 10% like this, maybe I need something else. At this moment, Seoyun slowly stepped next to Seo Jun. She gently asked, Seo Jun, have you downloaded the app yet? He was holding a long wooden stick, turned his head to look, and replied, yes, I went through what was necessary yesterday. A bit of worry appeared on Seoyun's face. She stood opposite Seo Jun, arms crossed, saying, I think the person you call helper still has not arrived today. Is it possible they cannot find the place? It is quite remote here. He smiled innocently at Seoyun. No, that person can find the way very well. A figure gradually appeared. Seo Jun confidently said, I am not joking. If we just look at the ability to find the way, that person is not worse than the sword saint. This is an attraction opposite to his appearance. She half believed and asked, really? While talking, he suddenly paused, then looked into the distance and waved. He arrived just on time. Uncle, here. Man Chiol walked up to the two of them. He shyly raised his hand to pat his head, saying, do not go spreading rumors all over the neighborhood. Seoyun quickly lowered her head submissively. Seo Jun smiled and said, I thought you would arrive a bit late. You came earlier than I expected. Man Chiol immediately teased. He could not help laughing at his own joke. Late, if I were late, would you not have scolded me? Suddenly, Man Chiol became serious, his tone deeper than before. Then, he put his hands on his hips authoritatively, his face bright, asking, so now what do you want me to do? Going back to a few days earlier, Man Chiol, sweat dripping from his forehead, wiped his face with a towel while listening to the phone. Why did Seo Jun call me? What, going to work together? His surprised voice echoed in the street. So, I will transport the corpses you eliminate in that contest or something. Also act as the driver for you. Seo Jun happily replied, yes, of course I will pay you. He leaned back against the bed, holding the phone close to his ear, asking for help. Exactly. I will transport them, and you will dismantle them. You know time passes very quickly. Man Chiol held the phone while moving to another place, waving to the staff while talking to Seo Jun. This plan is not bad, but can the two of us handle it? You said speed is the most important. Man Chiol's voice over the phone rose. If you are determined to help me, it is not necessary. He slightly smiled affirmatively. No. He had thought and calculated for a long time, intending to ask Man Chiol for help. Dismantling parts of monsters into money requires skill, and if it is Man Chiol, I can trust him with it. While the three were talking, Seo Jun's phone suddenly vibrated. Seoyun and he both looked at it, and a notification appeared. The dungeon elimination contest had begun. Seo Jun raised it to look, saying, it has started. After receiving the information, he glanced at her standing next to him to say goodbye. Then let's depart quickly. Seoyun, see you later. Seoyun waved at the two of them, replying, yes, you two take care. Very quickly, the two arrived at Man Chiol's large truck. Seo Jun ran up anxiously asking in detail, Uncle, you understand the rules of the contest, right? He stood at the cabin door, raising his hand to reply. You explained everything last time. I remember it all, so you do not need to worry. The two did not want to waste time. They quickly climbed into the truck and sat. He reached to fasten his seatbelt and looked over saying clearly, so you also know that the winner is the one who destroys the most dungeons. In short, speed is life. Therefore, there are two necessary conditions for this contest. After fastening his seatbelt, Man Chiol leaned on the steering wheel and listened to Seo Jun explain. He raised two fingers to signal. One is how fast you can clear a dungeon, and the other is how quickly you can reach the chosen dungeon. Then Seo Jun pulled out his phone, not looking at it but still tapping, saying, "This contest mainly involves level 1 and level 2 monster dungeons. The time to clear varies by dungeon type. But I do not care what the dungeon is. What remains is how long it takes us to get there." Immediately after, he handed the phone to his uncle. Manchiel twitched and glanced at it. He slowly took the phone from Seo Jun and asked, "What is this?" He replied solemnly, "The list of dungeon locations for this contest." The expression on Seo Jun's face changed. He cajoled Manchiel, hoping his uncle would find the shortest routes to the different dungeons for him. The uncle unconsciously pointed at himself and shouted, "Me." Seo Jun laughed out loud, gripping the seatbelt and tilting his head. "Yes, they are much faster than GPS anyway." Manchiel sighed helplessly. Indeed. Even so, he still sped off, the truck darting away carrying Manchiel's voice, holding tight. Go Soo-jin sighed in boredom and yawned. She lightly covered her mouth. Supervisor Go Soo-jin. Soo-jin watched the active portal, the green light from within making her anticipate. Let's see, the new arrival earlier was Kim Seo-jun from Dream Academy. So there is such a Hunter Academy. Soo-jin spotted Manchiel, clutching the paper in her hand. She thought, looking at this academy, that Kim Seo-jun is rather ordinary, so it should take about an hour. Uncle in the distance calmly popped a can and drank. Soo-jin sat quietly observing Manchiel's actions, the person who came with student Kim Seo-jun. At first I thought it was cheating rumors, so I was very uneasy. But he just stood outside, so I left it at that. The portal was beginning to show strange phenomena, yet she remained unaware and continued to be absent-minded. It's just the driver after all. Then Soo-jin realized and hurried to check why the portal suddenly. Before she finished, Seo-jun popped his head out calling loudly, "Uncle, it's done, get ready to go." The uncle smiled, not surprised, saying, "Too fast," not even giving someone time to drink coffee. Seeing the situation was unstable, Soo-jin quickly raised her hand to stop them. "Wait," letting. After a pause, Seo-jun confidently reported to Soo-jin, "I already cleared it," she asked in confusion, not hearing clearly. "Yes." His eyes were sly and smug. "I just cleared the dungeon, you go check it." Soo-jin, frustrated by Seo-jun's words, quickly rushed into the portal, raising her fists and scolding, "What do you mean cleared already? What nonsense is this?" As soon as she stepped inside, Soo-jin was horrified by the scene before her. He stood to the side with his hands in his pockets, while the dungeon monsters he had destroyed lay sprawled on the ground. Seo-jun hoisted each monster onto his shoulders and walked. She still stood frozen there, squinting and stammering. "What? Is this for real? Didn't you just enter the dungeon 10 minutes ago?" Suddenly noticing his strange actions, Soo-jin, puzzled, asked, "Now, what are you doing?" Seo-jun froze, his expression hard to read. Without bothering to explain, he ignored her and carried the monsters away. "Don't worry about it. 1, 2. Soo-jin, terrified, watched Seo-jun and cursed under her breath, "Crazy guy." Outside, Manchiel was carrying a board. Seeing Seo-jun's strange actions, he looked down on him. "You're still doing that crazy trick." Seo-jun continued carrying the monster on his shoulder, counting with delight, 6, 7. He quickly put the monster down and looked up, saying, "I can't skip my practice anyway." Manchiel had already made a table there. Hearing Seo-jun said this made him feel annoyed. "Practice? What practice?" Seo-jun responded slowly and deliberately, "Yes, that kind of practice." Manchiel placed his tools on the table. Then Seo-jun continued, "Uncle, how long will this take?" He placed his hand on the table, feeling for a tool, saying, "Just like you said, they are low level and the parts that can be converted to money from each one are few, so it will take about 15 seconds per monster." Feeling pleased and sly, Seo-jun exclaimed with satisfaction, "Indeed, uncle, then go ahead, I'll bring them out." Manchiel raised the knife to chop down and nodded calmly, "All right." Soo-jin then came out of the portal. The scene hitting her eyes made her shout hurriedly, "Wait, are you going to process the bodies now?" Seeing her panicked face, Seo-jun curiously asked, "Yes, is there a problem?" Soo-jin's face turned pale, her forehead sweating. Certainly a problem. The surrounding space gradually fell silent, and she gradually lowered her voice, embarrassed. No, it's not real. He stood still and asked Soo-jin again. So there's no problem, right? Knowing his actions were unobstructed, Seo-jun seemed energized, continuously carrying out the dungeons while counting 20, 21. Not disappointing him, Man-cheol also worked hard, cutting everything Seo-jun brought with a knife. She stood frozen there, mouth agape, helplessly watching. Without a moment's hesitation, the two put everything into a large sack and dashed straight out. He ran while asking his uncle, "Uncle, where to next?" Man-cheol ran behind Seo-jun and answered, "This area, although not close, if we think about the best route. This is the optimal place, let's go." The two quickly disappeared from sight, leaving Soo-jin alone. She stared blankly at the fading figures and said to herself, "Now, what am I even watching?" Seo-jun, a finger was extended for the butterfly to land on. The middle-aged man, pale-faced, sat in the chair and sighed, sitting planted in front of the computer every day. Now being able to go outside and bask in the sun feels good. I wish every day could be like this. He continued enjoying the air of a sunny day, wondering when the other participants had agreed to arrive. Suddenly, a vehicle rushed from afar. Then a few people ran by, shouting continuously, "Move back!" At the same time, the skeletons stirred once again. Seo-jun held his stick horizontally, eyes bright, ready to engage. "Let's finish this quickly." He swung the stick in a circle, and the skeletons were cleared away. After tidying up, Seo-jun smiled and asked, "I'm letting go now." Man-cheol helplessly caught the skeletons and replied, "All right." The two of them continued hunting skeletons. Seo-jun commented, "This skeleton has a lot of marrow." To the astonishment of the middle-aged man, they continued chanting in rhythm, 1, 2. Before he could say anything more, Seo-jun and Man-cheol had already left. "All right, next one, let's go." The new vehicle, which had been parked for just a few minutes, sped away, leaving an employee looking bewildered. The scene shifted to the Security and Finance Department building, where a voice asked, "Assistant Kim, have you finished the report for today's Dungeon Conquest competition yet?" The Dungeon Management Office under the Security and Administration Department. Assistant Kim sat in a chair and replied, "Yes, I have revised it and left it on the manager's desk." The manager smiled and said, "I see. Thank you for your hard work." Another assistant sitting in a chair flipped through documents. "Let's see." Upon reaching a page, he paused to read carefully. 16 dungeons. That's a lot. Lee So-yeon from Eat Academy. Number of dungeons conquered, 16. The assistant couldn't help but admire. No wonder she conquered so many dungeons. Currently conquering 16 means she's ranked first. Flipping 2 more pages, the assistant's eyes caught 2 more names. Rank 2 Lee So-yeon, 17. Rank 3 Park Young-ju, 14. He checked again and wondered, only rank 2, 16 already. Could someone really clear 17? Opening the next page, the assistant couldn't help but exclaim, rank 1 Kim Seo-jun, 32. What? 32 dungeons? He stood up flustered and called, "Assistant Kim." "Wait." Assistant Kim turned around. "What's the matter?" The assistant quickly explained, "Is there a mistake in this report? Look, rank 1 conquered 32 dungeons in a single day." Conquering so many dungeons, he read for a while and mumbled, "Ah, that?" Then Assistant Kim continued, "I also found it suspicious, so I confirmed it. There's nothing suspicious at all." Hearing that, he was startled and exclaimed, "He really cleared 32 dungeons." With complete seriousness, he confirmed, yes, he cleared all the dungeons along the route. Moreover, according to the judges, the time it took him to clear the dungeons was less than 10 minutes. The assistant's face turned pale. 10 minutes, really? At a student's level, even level 1 or 2 dungeons would take at least 30 minutes, not counting. His conversation drew the attention of others, so he's not a student, nor did someone help him. Assistant Kim explained embarrassedly, "Of course I checked. He didn't violate any rules." Seeing Assistant Kim's honesty, he held the report and asked, "Not to violate, which academy he is from?" He replied immediately, from a small hunter academy called Dream Academy in Yunpyong-gu, Seoul. Hearing the familiar name, his eyes widened. Dream Academy. Then the assistant exclaimed, "Wait, that's the academy opened by the Sword Saint's grandson." Assistant Kim also remembered. "Ah, no wonder, it sounds familiar, so that's the place." Then both fell silent and looked at each other. The report stack was tossed aside to make room for other investigations. That probably the Sword Saint didn't intervene, right? I'll check. As for So-yeon, she was thinking, I let first place slip away. She bowed to her father. "I'm sorry, Lee So-yeon from East Academy." Seok-man remained seated at his desk scolding, apologizing for not finishing the matter. "This failure of yours has caused our school a great loss." So-yeon could only say, "I will try harder." Suddenly he asked, 32 dungeons, do you think that is a number you can achieve? But So-yeon remained silent, thinking inwardly, if it only takes 10 minutes to clear each dungeon. But if you count travel time between dungeons, is 32 dungeons possible? Then he stood up from his desk and answered for her. "I think it is possible if someone secretly helps." So-yeon quickly understood. "You mean?" Seok-man did not continue. He only turned his back and said, "So-yeon, do as you always do," which made her extremely puzzled. Why does father seem pleased? And So-yeon gradually realized in her mind, father intended for wrongdoing from the beginning. He turned back with a calculating smile and asked, "Do you have any questions?" Lee Seok-man, a former rank hunter, now principal of East Academy and father of Lee So-yeon, faced with that question, So-yeon could only say, "No." Seok-man continued to explain, "Do not be shy. After all, this world operates by pursuing profit." He lectured on the morals of life. In the end, who wins and gains advantage is what matters, and the process is not important. Then he turned to press So-yeon, "Do you still think you must remain pure?" She looked away and quietly answered, "No." In the large building of East Academy, Seok-man asserted, "Purity is foolishness. I do not think you are naive enough to do such a stupid act." After that conversation, So-yeon walked alone down the corridor. Her face showed no emotion. In her mind appeared the image of her brother, So-yeon. Usually in the heart of every professional hunter there is something they absolutely cannot compromise. She then retorted, "Ridiculous." He crossed his hips and argued back, "Who thinks like that these days? Professional hunters work to make money. The world has become like this. Must I become corrupt too? Just wait and see." She could not help but smile sarcastically. "Oh please, go outside and do not say those things. If people mock you, I would be ashamed of you." So-yeon lowered her head, her brother's voice lingering in her ear. "What, I should be ashamed?" she replied. "Yes, very ashamed." When she looked up, So-yeon glimpsed her brother's silhouette. He smiled gently at her. That made So-yeon angry. "If you are done then, do not appear in front of me anymore." Then she walked faster without looking back. Outside in the park under the streetlights someone cried out, "Oh dear, every part of my body aches." Seo-jun handed a cup of water to Man-cheol. "Uncle, you worked hard today." Man-cheol accepted the cup and tiredly asked, "Will you do this once a week from now on? At this rate I will be exhausted." He then remarked on something else. "So you also complain about being sore like this?" Seeing that, Man-cheol snapped and criticized, "Stop whining. Try driving while thinking of routes." "This is tiring work, kid." Seo-jun just smiled and replied, "True. But thinking of the money earned, can you still say that?" Man-cheol immediately recovered from fatigue and asked, "So how much did you earn?" Seo-jun picked up his phone to calculate. After deducting costs and taxes, about 7,800,000 maybe. He smiled at Man-cheol and said, "Split 5. 5 then each gets about 3,900,000. But his uncle disagreed. 5 what? Split 7 3. Of course you get 7. You conquered the dungeons and moved the goods. I did nothing to deserve 5 shares. Seo-jun suddenly being allocated the larger share became embarrassed. "Uncle, you also dismantled stuff. That is important. And you thought of the route and drove." Man-cheol replied immediately, "That is why I take 3 shares, though I actually wanted to take 8 too." To make it impossible for him to refuse, his uncle grumpily demanded, Just do as I say, otherwise from tomorrow I won't do it anymore. Seo Jun could only accept the larger share. I understand. Then 30% of 7,900,000 is 2,340,000 won. It sounds odd, so I'll round it to 2,500,000. Is that okay? Suddenly, the amount increased. Man Chiol was surprised. What? How did it suddenly become that number? Seo Jun pretended not to hear and brushed it off. Just take it. Without you, I wouldn't have earned this money anyway. Just consider it as money for gas. In the end, his uncle had to accept. All right, I understand. Suddenly, Seo Jun asked a question. But uncle, it seems, you're not very surprised. Man Chiol looked puzzled. Surprised about what? With a very curious expression, he asked for clarification. No, not the money. But when I was raiding the dungeons, you didn't show any surprise. Uncle. Man Chiol thought for a moment. Ah, that. Then he straightforwardly explained. I've seen it. I've seen you fight at the academy before. Your relatives witnessed that past. Man Chiol asked with curiosity. Are there really no dungeons around here that can be reserved? That sudden question immediately made Seo Jun think. The nearest dungeon is at least an hour's drive away. He opened his phone to check the locations and calculated. Coincidentally, only the dungeons near where he usually reserves were fully booked. Man Chiol quickly spoke up. I sensed something unusual, and he agreed. That's right. A sense of worry began to rise within him. So he said, it seems like someone is deliberately obstructing us. That's true, there are too many obstacles in our way. Hearing that, Seo Jun reassured him, nothing is certain yet. For now, let's just go to the dungeons that haven't been reserved. They moved forward together, but when they reached the next dungeon and the one after that, the same thing happened. Witnessing the whole scene, Man Chiol was helpless. Oh, it's the same here too. Seo Jun reviewed the information and finally said, Kim Seo Jun 83 plus 10. Lee So-yeon 61 plus 25. Lee Ha-yeon 31 plus 14. Park Young-ju 30 plus 9. Then he sighed. Today I could only attack 10 dungeons. He put one hand on his hip and frowned. Really strange. Once certain of his suspicion, Man Chiol affirmed, it's not strange anymore. I'm sure Lee So-yeon, who is in second place, is up to some trick. Seo Jun carefully replied, we can see who reserved the dungeons through the app, but that alone is not enough to determine it. First, let's try giving feedback to the organizers. Hearing this, Man Chiol's face darkened and he cursed, damn it. Meanwhile, Seo Jun was lost in thought. Although I'm currently in the lead, there are still 3 days left. If today's situation continues, I might lose the championship. After thinking it through, he made a decision. Uncle, I'm sorry, but we probably have to leave the dismantling company until we get far ahead of the others. Man Chiol fully supported his idea. All right, for now winning is the most important. You don't need to worry about me. At the same time, he reminded him, but no matter how fast you attack, it won't make up for the travel time. I'll try to find the fastest route, but if we keep getting obstructed like this, Seo Jun quickly came up with an idea. So I have this plan. He happily proposed his idea. Let's try doing it this way. At a small courtyard, many people were gathered together exchanging information. Guard Seo shouted loudly, attracting everyone's attention. It's good that everyone is talking, but I'm really worried. If Kim Seo Jun manages to reserve the dungeons, all the nearby dungeons will be reserved. People standing nearby said helplessly, don't worry, he's pinned down. Just like yesterday, that's enough. Lucky for us. A man wearing a hat asked, but how could Kim Seo Jun attack so many dungeons like that? His friend reminded him, what can we do? It's good enough that we benefit this way. Guard Seo suddenly shouted, everyone focus, that guy has already reserved the dungeon. He instructed everyone carefully, remember this, yesterday he reserved all the dungeons within an hour's drive from his location. If we reserve at the same time, we'll be suspected, so during the 10 minutes he attacks a dungeon, divides the tasks among yourselves, and remembers to put down deposits. However, the man with the hat remained indifferent. All right, we'll figure out how to handle it ourselves. The man in black asked after seeing his friend's worried expression, what's wrong? He asked everyone again with concern, "What's going on?" Man Chiol asked with curiosity, "Are there really no dungeons around here that can be reserved?" That sudden question immediately made Seo Jun think. The nearest dungeon is at least an hour's drive away. He opened his phone to check the locations and calculated. Coincidentally, only the dungeons near where he usually reserves were fully booked. Man Chiol quickly spoke up. "I sensed something unusual," and he agreed, "That's right." A sense of worry began to rise within him, so he said, "It seems like someone is deliberately obstructing us." "That's true. There are too many obstacles in our way." Hearing that, Seo Jun reassured him, "Nothing is certain yet. For now, let's just go to the dungeons that haven't been reserved." They moved forward together, but when they reached the next dungeon and the one after that, the same thing happened. Witnessing the whole scene, Man Chiol was helpless. "Oh, it's the same here too." Seo Jun reviewed the information and finally said, "Kim Seo Jun 83 plus 10. Lee So Yeon 61 plus 25. Lee Ha Yeon 31 plus 14. Park Young Ju 30 plus 9. Then he sighed. "Today I could only attack 10 dungeons." He put one hand on his hip and frowned. "Really strange." Once certain of his suspicion, Man Chiol affirmed, "It's not strange anymore. I'm sure Lee So Yeon, who is in second place, is up to some trick." Seo Jun carefully replied, "We can see who reserved the dungeons through the app, but that alone is not enough to determine it. First, let's try giving feedback to the organizers." Hearing this, Man Chiol's face darkened, and he cursed, "Damn it." Meanwhile, Seo Jun was lost in thought. "Although I'm currently in the lead, there are still 3 days left. If today's situation continues, I might lose the championship." After thinking it through, he made a decision. "Uncle, I'm sorry, but we probably have to leave the dismantling company until we get far ahead of the others." Man Chiol fully supported his idea. "All right, for now winning is the most important. You don't need to worry about me." At the same time, he reminded him, "But no matter how fast you attack, it won't make up for the travel time. I'll try to find the fastest route, but if we keep getting obstructed like this..." Seo Jun quickly came up with an idea. "So I have this plan." He happily proposed his idea. "Let's try doing it this way." At a small courtyard, many people were gathered together exchanging information. Guard Seo shouted loudly, attracting everyone's attention. "It's good that everyone is talking, but I'm really worried. If Kim Seo Jun manages to reserve the dungeons, all the nearby dungeons will be reserved." People standing nearby said helplessly, "Don't worry, he's pinned down, just like yesterday. That's enough. Lucky for us." A man wearing a hat asked, "But how could Kim Seo Jun attack so many dungeons like that?" His friend reminded him, "What can we do? It's good enough that we benefit this way." Guard Seo suddenly shouted, "Everyone focus. That guy has already reserved the dungeon." He instructed everyone carefully, "Remember this. Yesterday he reserved all the dungeons within an hour's drive from his location. If we reserve at the same time, we'll be suspected. So during the 10 minutes he attacks a dungeon, divides the tasks among yourselves, and remembers to put down deposits." However, the man with the hat remained indifferent. "All right, we'll figure out how to handle it ourselves." The man in black asked after seeing his friend's worried expression, "What's wrong?" He asked. They explained their reason. "Just reserving like this is enough. The dungeons he reserved, they're right next to the ones Lee So Yeon reserved." Hearing that, he hurriedly grabbed the phone. "What? Let me see." While Guard Seo was frozen in place, they continued to discuss. "If the dungeons around us are all reserved, then Lee So Yeon won't have any dungeons to attack, right? Once Lee So Yeon finishes attacking, we can cancel our reservations, right? According to the rules, if a dungeon is reserved but not attacked, the reservation cannot be cancelled within 10 hours. Don't you know? We're attacking the dungeons deliberately." Seeing what was on the screen, his whole body suddenly trembled. An expletive-filled curse rang out, "Damn it." So Yeon calmly stepped forward, swung her sword, and instantly destroyed what was in front of her. A scene cut to some time later. A mysterious black car was parked on the road. So Yeon stepped into the car and immediately gave orders, "Done. Let's quickly head to the next dungeon." The driver was surprised. "Already done? You've only been in there for less than 15 minutes. After finishing, he suddenly fell silent, which she found strange, so she spoke. "Driver." Hearing So-yeon call, he was startled. "Ah, yes." So-yeon asked sternly, "Aren't you leaving?" Then the driver delivered shocking news. "Well, actually all the dungeons in the area have already been reserved, so I don't know where to go." She quickly opened her phone to check the ranking of dungeons attacked on day 4. First place Kim Seo-jun 98 plus 15. Second place Lee So-yeon 73 plus 13. After seeing it, she could only think helplessly, "It's over." The map appeared along with So-yeon's deduction. "At first I thought it might be a coincidence, but now it's definitely not wrong. The dungeons I reserved around here have all been preemptively taken." He took advantage of the fact that there were no available dungeons nearby to attack. This left her feeling frustrated. If this continues, she won't be able to reverse the rankings. Seok-man was equally worried. He knew that Seo-jun had realized it, but didn't expect him to deal with it this way. Yet he reassured So-yeon, "Don't worry, I've come up with another plan, so just do what you normally do." She responded gently, "Yes." The next morning, Dungeon Conquest Competition Day 5. A strange voice caught her attention. "Are you Lee So-yeon?" Seeing two people gradually approaching her, she asked, "Who are you?" Man Cheol replied proudly, "Who else would be here? We're all people in trouble." Perhaps sensing danger, she quietly reminded, "Two people. Players are not allowed to clash with each other. If violated, they will be disqualified or warned." Seo-jun stepped forward to explain. "We do not want to fight. I have already reserved that dungeon." Hearing this, she sneered and asked, "You are Kim Seo-jun, right?" He cheerfully replied, "And you are Lee So-yeon." Seo-jun candidly stated his purpose. "No matter who wins or loses, let us compete fairly, even if we have to compete." This contest started with a good purpose. These words made her uncomfortable, and she said, "You say that as if I am not playing fairly." He smiled lightly and said, "I never said that." So-yeon carefully watched his back as he left. As Seo-jun gradually walked away, she thought, "Good purpose, huh?" But then she sneered, "Ridiculous. There is no good purpose here, no. In this world there is nothing called a good purpose." Such thoughts were firmly planted in her mind. Humans are inherently selfish. Whatever they do, they measure it by personal benefit. If it benefits them, they do it. If it does not benefit them, they do not do it. So-yeon drew her sword and thought, "During this process there is no good purpose such as goodwill or benevolence at all." Thinking this, she stepped strongly into the dungeon, quickly finished and left without a scratch. Man Cheol saw So-yeon step out and praised, "I have only heard rumors, but meeting you in person is truly impressive." Really impressive. She turned her face to the person who praised her. Then she saw the two of them working hard to fight. 1, 2. Seo-jun carried a dungeon monster on his body and asked, "Have you finished attacking?" "You finished faster than I thought." He used a hungry gaze pointing at the dungeon door. "If you do not need these bodies, can we take them?" So-yeon asked, puzzled. "Bodies." Without thinking too long, she agreed, "It is up to you." That little agreement was enough to make him happy like a child. "Perfect, thanks." Then they worked hard again. 1. Seo-jun carried 2 dungeon monsters, counting while walking. 2, 3. Seeing his strange actions, she could not help but be curious. "Why are you doing this?" Seo-jun turned in surprise and asked So-yeon, "Why am I doing this?" Then he directly answered, "Cleaning up the corpses." "What else?" "Of course it is to earn money." When hearing this, her eyes suddenly became uncomfortable. So-yeon turned away and left him with a remark, "What a waste of time." When she left, thoughts flashed in Seo-jun's mind. Indeed, in this world there is nothing called a good purpose. Therefore, there is no hunter with good intention. Just wait and see. I will become a professional hunter who makes everyone admire. That desire in him grew stronger. In this era, even a cow dog can become a professional hunter. Professional hunters are just a profession. A flash of light suddenly appeared. After successfully striking, the sword wielder spoke. Kolya said, "This is a level 6 dungeon." At the same time he wondered, But why is there a level 10 monster here? Kalia pondered, but could not find an answer. At that time it was clearly level 6. The presence of Durak must be due to some mistake. Minchul proposed a hypothesis. Nonsense. There is no mistake. In my opinion, the Church of Justice is playing a trick. His expression became serious, exactly like 30 years ago. Hearing this, Kalia sincerely expressed, I completely understand the thoughts of the Sword Saint. But we have sworn under the name of justice that we will not resort to any deceitful tricks. Yet he arrogantly claimed, those in the Church of Justice like you are always like that. Jai-min spoke up to stop them. You two stop arguing in front of me, she grumbled angrily. I came here with you two to investigate what is happening. Minchul then retorted, too noisy. Why are you here? Where is Ma Tin? She is young Jai-min, disciple of Ma Tin. Knowing he was not convinced, she shot back, you know, my master's health is not good. Only you are old and still so strong, he reminded Jai-min. Why have you been calling me sir this and that all this time, as far as I know my age is? But she did not care and loudly said, yes, you are old, but you always speak like that. After a while of back and forth, Jai-min returned to the main issue. I sense a very unusual aura of demonic power very clearly, but as you said, this is not a mistake. After examining the situation, she investigated further. Sir, when you fought it, did you notice anything strange? Minchul honestly provided information. No, it is just a level 10 monster. What could be strange? But that answer seemed to displease her. Do you know, saying that sounds really lame? Yet he did not argue and said, anyway, this matter is not due to a mistake. Jai-min appeared to agree. That's true. But this is not a matter we can think about so simply. After the berserk great beast was defeated, this never happened again. Kalia suddenly wondered, could it be that other dungeons also have the same situation? Jai-min looked into the distance and began to explain, the possibility is very low, but it does not mean it is impossible. She concluded, anyway, I think we should investigate this further. Then Jai-min gave her opinion. We need to check again the lower level dungeons that the head of the guild is measuring. A girl with orange hair asked the person next to her, is that a dungeon gate? The elderly-looking man replied, yes, although rare, sometimes I also see two dungeons appear together. Currently 3 different doors with 3 different colors on each door are appearing in front of them. Looking at each dungeon door, someone said, but this is the first time I have seen 3 dungeons appear together like this.